Welcome to the stream. Last time, Tatalia was put into prison. Surely he is fine. Let's take the time to remember him by reading his mail and eating his food. I probably ate that a while ago. What did it do? No, I probably didn't eat that, because I don't eat defense food. I also still have his vision. I wonder how long I can keep that, or if he will ever take it back. Maybe he will die before. Oh, let's not even talk about that possibility, I guess.
Is there time for a quick snack? I'll whip one up in no time.
Yeah, I guess we won't eat Tatalia's food if you cook for us. Ling is gonna be with us today. I finally made her useful. Apparently she is very good, and I tried her before and then I found her not being all that good, but the reason was because I completely forgot about upgrading her talents. I made sure they are upgraded now, especially Pyronado, which is her most important tool, her ultimate. This is also probably the team I'm gonna be using to support Lynette, because all three of these characters do not want to be on the field at all, while Lynette wants to be. They just put out their element and then vanish into the background again. So that's great for an animal user. But enough about that. Today is not about Lynette. Today is about Lyney. Let's hope he does not go into prison again. My Lyney is not up to speed yet, so we won't be using him yet. But maybe we will get a trial version of him somewhere down the line. The Forgotten Thief, Pelis Fuscos Chapter Act 1. The Phantom Thief's reappearance. Let's talk to Charlotte. The bustling streets of the Court of Fontaine seem more lively than usual. Why not take a walk around? I'm walking. I think at one point in some patch they took out the Xianglinging of Jiangling. Like in the past there were bells ringing whenever she ran. And I think that may have been something people disliked because they took it out.
Hey, isn't that Charlotte? We're always running into her. What's she doing this time? Oh, looks like street interviews. Paimon has a funny feeling that we might be in for an interesting time if we go check it out. Shall we?
We shall.
I see. So you believe that this warning letter was sent by the Phantom Weasel?
Oh no, weasel thieves. Those are certainly a thing. I'm sure we met them on stream before. They are weird enemies that dig underground and leave behind a molehill sort of thing. And if you click on it, they'll come out and run away with lots of money flying around.
Absolutely. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The Phantom Weasel never acts as you expect. He must have faked his own death 10 years ago using a body double. Now that he's back, I'm sure the guards who worked on his case back in the day are in for a headache, but however this turns out in the end, the one thing it won't be is boring.
Will there be another judging session? playing detective.
Couldn't agree more. As a journalist, I'm gonna get a lot of mileage out of this one. Thank you, sir, for your time. Now, whom should I interview next? Huh? Hey! What a coincidence! Fancy meeting you here.
Very fancy.
Perfect timing. So, the Phantom Weasel's latest warning letter. What are your thoughts?
Hey, is that a vision? Do you finally have one? Just tagged onto your model in an afterthought. I think that's ice. You look more like a fire character, so that's surprising. Phantom Weasel?
Yeah, this is the first time we're hearing of this one. Could you clue us in?
Huh? Oh, sorry. Yes, this case is from a decade ago. I guess you wouldn't know about it. Well, not to worry. You're in good hands because I'm a professional. The story goes like this. 10 or so years ago, a phantom thief became active in the court of Fontaine. Known only as the Weasel, nobody knew his true identity, and the authorities never managed to catch him.
Wow, cool! He sounds like one of those mysterious night burglars that you read about in novels.
Precisely. Well, except the part where they actually have a good reputation. Our Weasel targeted whatever people held dear, and no one was safe from his predations. He would just as soon steal a necklace from a rich merchant's safe as he would a toy doll given to a commoner child for their birthday.
Sounds like an absolute weirdo.
I know. The phantom thieves you read about in novels rob the rich to pay the poor, but this guy did not discriminate. Unsurprisingly, this didn't work wonders for his public reputation. Every man and his dog wanted to see him behind bars.
Yeesh. So, did they catch him?
Not exactly. There's a good chance that the Weasel would still be at large to this day if it hadn't been for an accident 10 years ago. A magician named Caesar fell to his death in a botched high-altitude escape performance. When the police went through his personal effects, they found a hoard of stolen loot and gadgets used for criminal activities. And that was how the Phantom Weasel's identity was revealed to all.
There's surprisingly a lot of death, either happening or being mentioned in Fontaine's story. I feel like a lot more than previously, but maybe that's because we have a lot of murder cases to go through.
Sure enough, thefts in Fontaine went down after Caesar's death. But today, 10 years on, the notorious thief has once again issued one of his warning letters and pasted it on the gate of the Opera Epiclese for all to see. I had to squeeze through the crowd this morning to get a photo as soon as I heard. Here, it's this one.
Surely, there is already a translation for Fontaine's script. I mean, the name list last time probably gave us quite a few letters already.
So, this is the warning letter, huh? Let's see what he wrote. 3 days from now, when evening falls, I shall take from you that which you hold most dear at the Opera House, just as you did to me 10 years ago.
And if nothing else, this letter probably also gives a lot of letters.
This is, without a doubt, a clear declaration of criminal intent. After years of laying low, the Phantom Weasel is back with a vengeance. What once seemed like an open and shut case has been blown wide open again. But why has he re-emerged now? And what does he want? I sense an epic scoop, and I'm going for it.
Ay.
Uh-oh. If this thief will steal anything that other people value, does that mean even we might be targeted?
He might steal all your favorite snacks.
Really? Oh, let him try. In fact, Hyman's gonna eat all our snacks right now. Let's see what he can do about that.
Okay, the people have spoken. It's clear that the public are very concerned about the Phantom Weasel's reappearance.
I'm concerned about the background.
Let's see, I've got a photo of the letter, my interview notes. Yep, that should be enough to form the skeleton of my article. It does feel like something is missing, though. Something exclusive.
Well, let's ignore that guy up there and do our Charlotte story mission.
Who should I interview next? I need someone with a more concrete connection to the weasel. Is that who I think it is?
Lyney!
Looks like he's performing some magic.
Magic. Magician. Caesar! The Phantom Weasel! That's it! Let's go interview Lyney! You see, the original Phantom Thief Caesar was a magician too! And what do Phantom Thieves and magicians have in common? They both have an air of mystery about them. Perhaps there's a connection there.
Are you serious? What sort of a deduction is that?
Oh, relax! My journalistic instinct tells me that an exclusive news story is beckoning. Let's go! No time for delay!
All the people heard and left. Time for the Forgotten Thief. The hearth in your home has been burning bright lately, I see. And the balance in yours have been working hard, haven't they? My hearth is strong and the firewood sufficient. As for the balances, I don't need them. It's not like I'll miss those 1 or 2 pieces of vegetables at the market anyway. You'd best be careful. If the flames leap onto the opera house carpet, they'll put your hearth out while fighting the fires. Oh, very scary, but can you guarantee that the opera house would survive said flames? Nah, the fire in my house won't reach the opera house. It's way too far away. So, have those flames been staying put? Why don't you guess? I'm not doing that. Just tell me. I bet they are behaving themselves indeed. Where can they go anyway? Yeah, fire doesn't just walk around.
Mama, get them! Race you!
Wow, Mr. Magician! How did you know which card I picked?
Oh, it's simple. Come closer and I'll let you in on my secret. Magicians have a special skill called telepathy, which means we can read other people's minds.
Really? Then, what am I thinking now?
Well, first you need to relax, because I can see that you're clenching your fist in your mind, as if to say, no, I mustn't let him guess it.
Aww.
And now you're getting a little flustered. You're trying to find a way to empty your mind, to think of nothing at all. But the more you try to hide a secret, the easier it'll come out. You snuck out from home today, didn't you? You told your family a little lie so you could come out and play. Now, that's not a good habit.
You can tell? Oh boy, you really can read my mind.
Of course. Oh, and that's the end of my performance. You should really be heading home. Remember to apologize to your family, all right? They must be worried about you.
All right, got it. Bye, Mr. Magician.
Hey, Lyney?
Why, hello. We meet again. Are you looking for me? What's the situation?
Well, why don't you guess, Mr. Telepathic?
Oh, please. You didn't believe that spiel, did you? The power of telepathy is quite beyond me.
I'm sure that child would beg to differ. Seemed like you were right on the money.
That was nothing more than a little trickery. I made an educated guess based on his micro-expressions. That, plus the fact that he was the only kid here without his parents, and he looked as guilty as sin. He made it easy for me. You guys, on the other hand, let me guess. Don't tell me you're here for the Phantom Weasel, are you?
Wow, got it in one! Is this more of your trickery at work?
No, we are here with a journalist.
Wait, really? No trickery this time. It was pure luck. His warning letter's been the talk of the town, so I figured that maybe you were asking around about that.
Bingo! I plan on writing a column reporting on the latest news about the Phantom Weasel. So, Lyney, what are your thoughts on this infamous thief's reappearance?
To be honest, it makes me angry.
Angry? Why?
You read his letter, right? The Phantom Weasel claims he's planning something in 3 nights' time at the Opera House. That's the night I'll be performing there.
Oh no, someone else is gonna die at the Opera House during your performance.
What are the chances? Wait a minute, you don't think he's after you, do you?
Well, if he is, then his warning is clearly a direct challenge to me personally. And if he's not, then it's still going to be a huge headache for me. The mere mention of the Weasel's name is enough to scare people off. So once the contents of that letter get out, barely anyone will be showing up to watch my show. But I've been preparing for this for a long time. I'm not about to let him ruin my big day. This leaves me with only one choice. I have to expose the Phantom Weasel's identity before the show begins.
Really? So what you're saying is, we might get to see a live duel between a famous magician and an infamous thief? Wow, this has exclusive written all over it!
To be honest, I'm not sure if I'll emerge the victor. The Phantom Weasel is a notorious crook, infamous for his inscrutable methods.
You're being far too modest, Lyney. I think your magic tricks are even more inscrutable than those of a thief.
Thanks for the compliment, though I have to say, I don't care much for the comparison. A lot of people liken magicians to thieves because we both have the ability to make things disappear without the person noticing. But there's an important difference that these people overlook. Allow me to demonstrate with a quick magic trick. Here, I have a flower, just an ordinary flower that was picked not long ago. Watch it carefully now. 3, 2, 1.
Hey, I know the trick. It's because we went behind your back so you could hide it from me. And those 3 are just playing along.
It's gone!
Where'd it go?
That's the question. Where did it go? Therein lies the difference between us. Thieves make precious things disappear, but only magicians make them reappear. If I could now invite you all to check your clothes, there might be a surprise in there somewhere.
A surprise? Let me see!
Boy, I wonder where it is. Huh?
It's right there! But how? You haven't moved this whole time!
What an outstanding trick! Sorry, Lyney, it seems that my previous praise was woefully inadequate. Clearly, magic is the superior art form to theft.
Don't worry, I didn't take offense. I just wanted to take the opportunity to perhaps change some of the preconceived notions you might have about magicians. Since Caesar's death, a lot of people associate magicians with criminality. It can be quite frustrating.
I can imagine. Coming back to your trick just now, might I presume that you are well versed in floral symbolism? For example, magicians often use rainbow roses in their flower-related performances to represent passion and romantic encounters. But you used a Lumidu spell, which, if I'm not mistaken, allude to separations. I'm curious to know if there was any deeper meaning behind this choice?
Impressive knowledge. It's no wonder you're such a successful journalist. But I'm afraid I don't know the first thing about floral symbolism. I'm just in the habit of using Lumidu spells in my magic. It sounds like something I should look into, though. I'll buy myself a copy of Fontaine's Floral Language Facts when I have some time. But it'll have to wait until this Phantom Weasel business is behind us.
Well noted. In that case, this brings us to the end of our interview. I, for one, am looking forward to the final showdown between you and the thief. Please feel free to get in touch to update me on any further developments. Otherwise, I will of course see you at your show in 3 days' time. But let's hope the Phantom Weasel is caught by then. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. You've given me lots to work with here, and I've got no time to lose if I want to write that exclusive piece. I'll see you all later.
Bye, Charlotte. And she's gone.
So, Lyney, are you gonna tell us how you did that flower trick now?
I'm afraid that's my little secret.
It requires camera tricks. It would be too hard to explain.
Aww. Well, magicians are entitled to their secrets. But Paimon's really itching to know how it's done. You feel it too, right? So itchy.
Yes, because I'm allergic to that flower. The Phantom Weasel. You sure you will be able to handle him?
Not so itchy then, huh? Well, since you're so concerned, how would you like to serve as my temporary magician's assistants and help me investigate?
Magician's assistants? Oh, that sounds fun! Assistants are technically magicians too!
Where's your
Also,
usual
it'll
assistant?
bring us one step closer to figuring out how that darn trick is done! Shall we go for it?
He'll help you with your investigation. What's your plan?
The first thing we need to look into is who Caesar really was. If he truly was the Phantom Weasel, that means that the Weasel is dead, and whoever wrote this warning letter is just a copycat criminal. But if he wasn't the Weasel? Well, that'll make things more interesting. It would mean that the Weasel lives, and he's been laying low all this time in some corner of Fontaine. And if we're investigating Caesar, his fiancée Gemma is a good place to start. Word is that she visits the cemetery often, so I asked Lynette to wait for her there.
Ah, there's your actual assistant.
We should make a move. Let's go and rendezvous with Lynette.
A gift of parting. A flowery accessory given away by Lyney at his magic shows. It is an arrangement of luminous bells, which symbolize parting. Okay, that's far. We are definitely not walking there.
You took your time.
Sorry, I bumped into the Traveler and Charlotte en route, and we ended up chatting for a while.
It's been a while, Lynette.
Not been that long.
We're working as Lyney's temporary assistants in the investigation of the Phantom Weasel.
Thank you. It's good to have you helping.
So, what's the situation? Have you seen Gemma?
Nope. I've been here a while, and she still hasn't shown up.
How bizarre. Maybe it was bad intel. Well, we won't get anywhere by standing around waiting. Traveler, Paimon, let's go ask around.
I'll wait for you here and see if Gemma shows up.
Balthazar.
Oh, I got
Excuse me, good sir. Do you by any chance know a Gemma?
Gemma? You mean Caesar's fiancée? Sure I do. What's this about?
I'm just trying to get a hold of her because I need her help with something. I heard she comes here a lot.
Yeah, she does. Poor thing. It's no secret why either. She's heartsick. Ever since Caesar passed away, she's been coming here once every week to clean his grave. Often she just sits there in front of his headstone, lost in thought. Sometimes she talks to herself. I asked her what she was doing once. She said she wanted to speak to him again. She knows he's gone and can't hear her from the grave, but she just likes to spend time there, telling her fiancé all about how her life is going.
And she's been doing this ever since Caesar passed away? Oh, so 10 years. Wow. Their love must have been really strong.
I'll bet. Caesar's reputation fell apart after his identity was revealed, so no one else visits his grave. Gemma's the only one who still thinks about him after all these years. I don't know if the mind lives on in the waters after death, but if it does, I'm sure Caesar must be grateful to have someone who remembers him fondly. If I'm honest, I think this is all so unfair to poor Gemma. Her fiancé was a low-life crook. He doesn't deserve someone like her. Anyway, all of that said, she's running later than usual today. Normally, she'd be sitting in front of his grave by now. I wonder if she's okay.
Probably not.
Well, that's everything I know, I'm afraid. You might have more luck asking some other people.
All right, well, thanks for sharing all of this with us. We'll keep asking around.
You're welcome. I just hope she'll be able to move on one day.
Did you hear the news? They're saying the Phantom Weasel's back.
You're kidding. Wait, isn't he dead?
Look, his grave is right there.
I don't know anymore. All sorts of news flying around nowadays. I can never tell what's true and what isn't.
Here we should just dig it up and see if he's still in there.
But what if, just hypothetically, I mean, what if this weasel's the real deal and Caesar was framed?
Called it. Seriously, 10 years ago, on the day it all went down, I said to myself, you know what? This guy's been set up. The Caesar I knew was a good guy. He gave balloons to children on the street, for Pete's sake. What, are we supposed to believe that he was a balloon thief or something? Give me a break.
Yeah, can tie a balloon to the things you want to steal and then try to find the balloons wherever they landed.
Oh, please. Weren't you the one cursing his name to high heaven when the police announced the news? You were all, oh, that gosh darn lousy son of a, oh, you think you know a guy, or words to that effect.
Hello, person in chat. Hi.
Wait, did I say that? I don't seem to recall.
Sorry to interrupt.
Hello there. Sorry for disturbing you, but I couldn't help but notice you were discussing the Phantom Weasel. We're actually quite interested in this topic as well, but we're struggling to get to the bottom of it. Do you think you could spare a moment to tell us a little bit about Caesar?
You've come to the right people. Yep, I was there. Back when Caesar used to perform magic tricks on the street. He was a great magician. The best trick I ever saw him do was pop a transparent balloon, only for a whole bunch of doves to fly out from the inside.
Transparent. So, did you see the doves before?
I was right up close and didn't blink or look away once. But for the life of me, I still don't have the faintest clue how he pulled it off. Really incredible stuff.
I saw him perform too. He always used to bring some gifts along for the kids who came to watch his show, and he'd hand them out after he was done. Sometimes, he even got the kids to write their wishes down, and then he'd make the items on the wish list appear in his next show.
Huh. He doesn't sound like such a bad guy.
But after he died, there were also rumors that he used the wish list to find out what was precious to people, with the intent to steal it later. As I'm sure you know, the Phantom Weasel would steal just about anything from anyone.
Whatever the case, now that the Weasel is back, Caesar's become a hot topic once more. I bet Gemma must be pleased. If Caesar's name gets cleared, maybe it'll finally give her some solace after all this time. No, speak of the devil. That's her over there. If you've got any more questions about Caesar, she's definitely the one to ask.
I was almost certain she would not appear.
So that's Gemma. Is it just Paimon, or does it look like something's wrong? Wait, it looks like she's injured. Come on, let's see if she's okay. Hi there. You're Gemma, right?
Who's asking?
Don't be afraid, we mean no harm. Looks like you're injured. How bad is it?
Thanks for your concern, but you didn't answer my question. Who are you, and what do you want with me?
My name is Lyney, and this is my sister Lynette.
My name's Paimon, and this here's the Traveler. We're investigating the Phantom Weasel.
The Weasel posted a warning letter this morning. If he still lives, that means that Caesar was falsely accused. You knew Caesar better than anyone else. So if you're willing, we'd love to hear what you think about all this. I promise you can trust us. We won't hurt you. In fact, we'll do all we can to keep you safe.
I never believed that he was the Weasel.
Huh. I suspected as much. Okay, so going back 10 years, do you remember anything strange in the weeks leading up to the accident? Did Caesar have a falling out with anyone, for instance?
No, not that I know of.
Got it. All right, sorry for disturbing you.
No more questions.
If you don't have any more questions, please leave. I want to be alone with him.
Sure learned a lot.
Judging by the look on her face, there's definitely something fishy about her.
She's lying. She definitely knows something.
Perhaps she simply doesn't trust us.
That's fair. We're just a bunch of strangers who showed up and started questioning her about things that happened a whole decade ago. It makes sense that she'd be wary around us.
She's the Weasel? Oh no. That is a possibility.
In any case, I doubt we'll get any further here, so let's call it a day. Meet me outside Hotel de Boer tomorrow, and then we'll start the next step of our plan.
Or possibly she became the Weasel now to take the blame for her husband or something like that. Possibilities.
I can't decide whether
Oh, the next
tastes
morning.
better than salt.
You're never so sure about which morning you want me to be. But sure, let's wait another day.
Or garlic and herbs.
Let's have a rendezvous.
Over here.
Lynette's not joining us today?
I've had her follow Gemma and see if we can make any inroads with her. They should be at a cafe right now.
Also, this is not her star request, it's mine. So stop asking about her.
Still, I don't think that Gemma's likely to open up to us. So, we need a contingency plan.
What should we do?
Today, we'll be looking into a guy named Lorenzo, Caesar's former pupil and assistant. When Caesar passed away, all the stolen goods discovered in his home were confiscated and returned to their rightful owners. But Lorenzo was the only one privy to all his magic secrets, and he inherited his craft.
Et tu, Lorenzo?
Before long, Lorenzo was the next big magician in town, his fame surpassing even that of his master, and it made him very wealthy. He's since left the magic scene, though, and these days, he's a wealthy businessman with his fingers in a lot of different pies. I had to pull a lot of strings, but I managed to get him to agree to a couple of drinks with me. Be warned, though, I hear he's got a hair-triggered temper. We'd best be careful.
He's not called Brutus, but I guess that would be too much on the nose. Last time we were here, we didn't even get to walk around, did we? We just entered cutscene mode immediately. Eloi, what's your opinion on that dog? Is something the matter? In a bad mood, perhaps? Thanks for asking. I was just here for a quick meal, not to have a waiter look down his nose at me for picking the wrong wine to go with my food. I mean, aren't both Chardon and Corte white wines? Why do people have to make such a hue and cry about something as simple as a meal? The most infuriating thing is that when I tried to resolve the situation by following his recommendation, not only was the price cheaper, but the flavor really was better than the one I picked originally. I mean, I should have thanked him, but his attitude really was... Damn it. Damn, I got better wine, and it was cheaper too. I'm so angry.
If you want tea or water, just help yourselves.
Yeah, okay, you might really be not the nicest person. Show me the menu. Do you have recipes? Oh, so many recipes. I will get all the recipes, then never eat at your restaurant again. Duck confit. Cream of mushroom soup. Fontaine aspic. Fontanian foie gras. Lasagna. Poisson seafood soup. Garlic baguette. Taken freshly out of the oven, the bread has a crispy, crackling crust and soft, fluffy crumb. The aroma of butter and garlic further adds to the baguette's tastiness. No wonder you often see Fontanians buying a baguette on the way home after work. Ah, baguette. The food of Fontaine. Welcome. The weather's rather fine today, isn't it? Is there anything I can help you with? Hello there. Welcome, welcome. This is Hotel de Boer, a stage for fine food and fine art both. May you enjoy delicious food and exciting performances both here today. Tell me about the performances. If I had to recommend something, I would be the magic show by the great magician Lyney and Lynette. Their magic is truly a thing of surpassing beauty, and they also have many unexpected ideas. That said, the performance times are as unpredictable as their magic tricks. You would be very fortunate to meet them indeed. Boy, sure gonna be hard to meet him.
You neglected to mention that you were bringing 2 other people with you.
Well, someone actually recognizing Paimon as a people.
My apologies. These 2 are my assistants. When they heard that I was meeting with the former Magic Maestro himself, they begged and pleaded with me to bring them along. And if it's no trouble, a couple of autographs would really make their day.
Oh, forget the pleasantries, just sit.
Is that a robot cook? A very dashing looking one.
Get a load of this guy. Forget the pleasantries, he says, but he looks pretty happy about Lyney stroking his ego.
I only agreed to meet since we're both magicians. Do me a favor and cut to the chase. I have more important things to do than drinking.
Much obliged, sir. As it happens, the matter I want to address is also related to magic. Yesterday morning, a warning letter from the Phantom Weasel appeared on the entrance to the Opera House. He claims to be planning something for the same evening that I'm scheduled to do a magic show there. As such, I believe that I may well be his target. I have to get to the bottom of this to ensure that my show can go ahead as planned. Naturally, any investigation into the Weasel starts with a few questions about Caesar, who...
What is there to investigate? Caesar was the weasel, and he's been dead for 10 years. So what if some sick creep thought it'd be funny to write a warning letter? It changes nothing. Are you trying to tell me you actually bought it?
Please, sir, no need to get so worked up. I do concede that a copycat is but one possibility.
Possibility? It's a fact, Lyney. Look, my patience is limited, so listen carefully while I'm still willing to put up with you. The weasel is dead. Period. Everyone knows that, so do yourself a favor and quit this investigation. It'll lead you nowhere. Look, if this affects your magic show in any way, I will personally compensate you for any losses.
If you die, I will pay for that.
Oh, sir, I'm honored, really. But this isn't about finances for me. My pride as a magician is what's at stake here, Lorenzo. Copycat or not, this person has thrown me the gauntlet, and I must meet their challenge head-on.
Your pride? Don't mince words with me, boy. Just tell me, what exactly are you seeking to do?
I want to find out the Phantom Weasel's true identity. I have to know for myself what really happened 10 years ago.
What would that accomplish? And what do the events of 10 years ago have to do with you, anyway? Look, you of all people should know that a magician never reveals their secrets. And in any case, dead men don't talk. So if you really care about your magician's pride, then you'll forget about Caesar and move on.
Uh-oh. This is getting awkward.
Lorenzo? Is that? Oh, it is you! I know that big, booming voice anywhere. What's up, my man? Want to grab a drink with me?
This guy had one orange juice too much. Or Fanta, sorry.
Another day, I'm busy.
Oh, come on! You can't be all business all the time. You know what they say? Live fast, die young. You gotta learn how to kick back and relax once in a while.
If I wanted your life advice, I'd ask for it. Now get out of my face and go be drunk somewhere else.
Sorry, my good sir. I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Oh, hey! Edmondo. He and I are business pals. We worked together a bunch of times. This is your first time meeting him? Oh, he's always like this. Foul-mouthed and hard-nosed. Never heard a kind word out of this guy the whole time I've known him.
Foul-mouthed and hard-mustached.
And he wonders why he can't get a girlfriend, despite being, what, pushing 40, 30, something? Anyway. Point is, a lot older than when he first got rejected by the girl he was into. And is still into, from what I hear.
Surely that girl was not married to someone else.
Shut up and get out of my face. Another word out of you and you can forget about doing business with me ever again. Do I make myself clear?
Sorry, I may have had a little too much to drink. All right, I'm gonna leave. Don't work too hard.
I think it's high time I made a move as well. If you really want to investigate this, Lyney, be my guest. But if nothing good comes of it, don't say I didn't warn you.
Well, that fell to pieces in a rather spectacular fashion. Any thoughts?
There's something strange about him.
Totally. And what was all that about compensating you for your losses? Why would someone you just met make an offer like that? He's gotta be hiding something. And not like Gemma. She was a little suspicious, but this guy's definitely covering something up.
I think so too. We need to look into Lorenzo more closely. That guy Edmondo seems to know a thing or two about him. He only just left. Let's see if we can catch up with him.
Yeah, let's get the drunk guy to talk. Surely that will be easy. Can I go upstairs? Yes. Is there anything up here?
If you want tea or water, just help yourselves.
More dogs. The boss of the hotel. Fine art and good food. Ah, what a wonderful life. Hello there. It is a pleasure to have met you on this fine day, dear guest. My name is Vanigem, and I am the owner of this establishment. If you have any comments or suggestions regarding the menu or performances, please do speak your mind. I will do my best to provide you with more comprehensive services. About art. As you know, we often invite artists to perform here at our restaurant. The most popular of these are the magical performers, Mr. Lyney and Miss Lynette. Art is the key ingredient in fine dining. This is something that I believe in most strongly, and I hope that the cultural atmosphere here shall spread far and wide. Impressive. Thank you so much for your appreciation, dear guest. If you don't mind, please accept this sweet treat as a personal thank you gift. Enjoy your meal. We get Il Flottante. Il Flottant? I do not. Rodamonte and Renault.
What did you want exactly?
Time to be honest, you're a lot sturdier than I imagined. Assess as you wish, I don't care. Assess as you wish, I don't care. Your rationality is most admirable too. Something I lack, but I can't help but worry about you. It must be hard being unable to speak to those around you. I do not wish for the understanding. This is the price of keeping a secret. Also, are you done beating around the bush? Let me get to the meat of the matter. I am busy. There is no meat, it's cake. The meat of the matter? So, have you found anything else lately? You want it all? Well, of course, I'd like to see them too. I mean, I trust your decision making, right? How did this become my decision? The key is off you, you say. What should I say? What are you saying? Why should I care? Agalia. Should I redo my storage plan for the tableware again? What about the tableware? Well, I'm currently considering how to arrange the various utensils we use here at the hotel. I used to place them in a rack close to the outside, which would make them easy to take and use. But Lynette once knocked them over when she was invited to perform here, causing them to clatter to the ground, shattering on impact. Fortunately, Lynette wasn't hurt. Everyone would surely have been grieved if her beautiful face was injured by mistake. I happen to agree with you. I know, right? Back then, Lynette didn't blame us for not taking care of the tableware better. She even apologized, saying that this sort of thing always happens to her. Maybe she's only said that so we wouldn't feel too awkward about things. I mean, she seems rather cold, but she's actually super modest and polite. Getting a lot of backstory on those two in this hotel. Eh? There's another one of you. Where? Ah, you must have met my elder sister downstairs. Ah. We are twins, and most people can't tell us apart by appearance. We sound very different though, so we get exposed the moment we open our mouths. My sister speaks slower, but she's a careful sort. If you need help on the first floor of the restaurant, just leave it to her.
Race you! Race you! When will Lyney and Lynette do another show?
Ah. Oh, double Mac cooks. For more efficient cooking.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire!
No, he's dying.
You okay there?
Who are you? Oh, it's you guys. Don't worry about me. I must have had one too many. I just need to ride it out. I said way too much back there, didn't I? Yeah, I nearly talked myself into complete financial ruin. Note to self, no more drunken chats when Lorenzo's around.
So, he was serious about threatening to cut you off? Ugh, Paimon knew he was a bad egg!
Hey! Keep your voice down. Don't go prying into Lorenzo's personal affairs. Bad things happen to people who ask too many questions, or make an enemy out of him.
What kind of bad things?
Death.
Don't even ask. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to cut this conversation short. I'm not crossing that line again. And take it from me, trouble with Lorenzo is one thing you don't need in your life. You saw him flare up back there. I don't know what you said to him, but clearly it touched a nerve. That's not a good sign. You're too young for this. Don't get in over your head. I'm leaving.
Collapses off screen.
And there he goes. What do we do now, Lyney?
Shh. I think we're being watched.
Where do you
Someone
get that
was listening
feeling?
into our whole conversation.
Another guy with sunglasses.
Don't say anything and don't look back. Any altercation in the city will attract the guards. We'd better take this elsewhere.
Get out of the city and lure out the people tailing you. Far out of the city. There's stuff over there.
You followed us a long way. Why don't you come out and introduce yourselves?
So you're Lyney. And where's your sister? Ain't she with you today?
Smooth-faced Pacino.
Save us the trouble and go fetch her for us. Let's not drag this out.
Paimon doesn't like the tone of your voice, mister! Who sent you, huh?
Save your questions, missy. You ain't gonna need answers where you're going. Capiche?
Painter De Niro.
Looks like we can't avoid this fight.
Oh no, the Mafia. And also very obviously named after people.
Now, I'm not the strongest fighter, so I hope you're ready to back me up.
Don't worry, we got this!
Wow. Are you a new enemy type? No. Probably. Yeah, I think you are. You're throwing knives. Also, we get to play as Lyney. As I said previously, in Lyney's gacha video. Oh, good. He's the one that can summon 2 cats. He's better than mine. He just wants to summon cats and make them explode.
Step right up.
Curses. They're tougher than we thought.
Vision wielders are always trouble. Intimidation ain't gonna work like it did on the lady.
Come on, let's scram!
Hey, wise guys! We ain't through with you yet! Oh, they got away! Did you catch what they said just before they left? about intimidating someone else. Sounds like they just wanted to rough us up as a scare tactic, and they've already done it to someone else, but who?
Probably Gemma.
You're right. She was injured when we saw her yesterday, and she acted like she had something to hide. Maybe she was too scared to tell us the truth because those guys had threatened her.
Well, if that's the case, she should be more willing to open up to us once she learns that those thugs won't be bothering her anymore. Let's head back to the cafe and see if we can get any information from her.
Why do you think she would be at the... Oh well. I'ma go solve some puzzles. Because there's at least one over here. Oh, you can move them in the water. Activate them. Well, we need to... Yeah, this one first, then the one all the way over there, and then the middle one. Because this one takes the longest.
Piece of cake.
Piece of cake indeed. Is there anything providing hydro around here? Or do I need to switch to a hydro character? I already solved the puzzle around here, so I wonder what this is about. I mean, these flowers can only be picked up if they are wet. I know that much. Oh well, hydro it up. I drew it up. In fact, I made it rain.
For you.
That is one way to hydro it up.
Rainy day. These are perfect for spacing out. The skies have cleared? What a pity.
You really do like rainy days, huh? Just punched through the umbrella and sat down in the chair.
Gemma?
You again. What is it this time?
We just ran into the men who've been threatening you, and we gave them a taste of their own medicine. So, you can relax now. We're here to protect you.
What? Why? I didn't tell you anything. Why would they come after you?
Sounds like they're no strangers to you.
That's putting it mildly. I know them all too well, and I hate them with every fiber of my being. It's been 10 long years, and still every time I try to look into Caesar's death, they show up and warn me not to do anything stupid. How do I know I can trust you? Do you really think you can get to the bottom of it all? And why are you doing this?
I'm afraid I can't reveal all the details just yet, but I can promise you this. I will expose the Phantom Weasel's true identity. Because you see, this is a personal matter of the utmost importance. I give you my word. Trust me.
Okay. How can I help you?
I've heard that Caesar used to have a magic workshop where he kept a lot of his personal effects. If possible, I'd like to take a look at them. Do you know where it is?
The Fleuve Cendre. But the place was sealed up by the police after his death, and no one's been there since.
Finally, a pronunciation for this. The Fleuve Cendre.
I also know that the Fleuve Cendre is dangerous territory. Lots of hostile groups lurking around. If you're serious about going there, please be careful.
Understood. Lynette, you stay here and take care of Gemma. Don't let her come to harm.
Got it. But if I'm staying here, I'm ordering dessert.
You drive a hard bargain, Lynette.
I mean, bon appetit. But stay sharp, too. They're likely to come for you while I'm away.
Okay. Alright. Power saving mode off. I'll start taking this more seriously now.
Whatever you do, please be careful. If anything happens to you because you're investigating Caesar, I'll never be able to forgive myself.
With me here, nothing will happen.
Gemma, accept this bodyguard cat.
Looks like no more free coffee for me.
Race you!
Bye, lizard. You just evaporated.
If Gemma gave us the right location, then the workshop should be right nearby. Huh. Looks like these boxes are blocking the entrance. Let's shift them away first. There we go. It should be just down here.
Aha! It's a domain. The Magic Workshop. Once used by Caesar. Judging by the pile of boxes at the entrance, nobody has come here in a very long time. We get more Lyney. It's interesting that this cat on his shoulder is burning. I wonder what part of his moveset that signifies. Also, surely there's nobody here, because nobody has come here in a long while, right? No enemies and nothing. Possibly just puzzles.
So this was Caesar's workshop. Nothing suspicious here, just normal magic props. Let's head in further.
Yes, normal magic props. That's what I call those. He really did like balloons. Also, no balloon would stay up in the air for so long. The helium would have definitely escaped by now.
What was that? Oh, is this one of Caesar's gadgets? Guess we must have triggered some sort of device.
Guess I'm right that... No, I'm not right. It's not just puzzles down here.
Wheel of Life.
And voila!
Whoa. Look, the doll in the box is glowing.
I missed.
There's something written on the card on this doll. Let's take a closer look.
Wish list. I want a bucket of fried chicken that never runs out. I'd like a new bag. Note, there's no such thing as fried chicken that never runs out, just as there's no such thing as children who never grow up. Also, eating too much fried food is bad for you. Make sure to pair it with something healthy, like a salad, alright? Caesar. I'd like a little dove. I want a robot with cool powers. Note, you need your parents' permission to own a pet. And you also need to take good care of it. I've brought a fluffy toy dove for you this time. If you're ready to own a pet, I'll make a real dove appear for you next time. Caesar. Sure sounds like a really bad guy. The music here is certainly both ominous and whimsical.
Looks like we've reached the end of this route. Shall we try a different one?
I'm surprised you have a comment on that, Paimon.
These magic boxes are moving. What do we do?
One of them looks different from the rest. Let's investigate.
Found a different one. Well, that continues. What else do we have around here? Just more empty ends. Seems like it.
That That's weird. Have we reached the end already? There's nothing here. Maybe this was a wasted trip.
Lyney, what are you looking at?
This place seems a little too ordinary for a magician's workshop. There's a distinct lack of mystery. We've triggered quite a few devices on the way here. I'm starting to wonder whether Caesar built this whole place as one big, elaborate magic contraption. If so, then there must be more to this place than meets the eye. Maybe a hidden room somewhere. Aha! If I just move this book, then hopefully... and... presto!
A secret passageway! How did you know?
I'm a magician too, and apparently great minds really do think alike. Looks pretty big inside. Let's head in and take a look around.
I see treasure. Just commander.
Now disappear!
Has indeed disappeared. Now, Lyney's ultimate answers the question, why doesn't he have cat ears and a tail?
Let's get this show on the road!
Because he can still turn into a cat. How magical. Deals fire damage while it is around, and when it ends, it creates one of those cats in a hat that he can summon with his charge attacks.
Now disappear!
Going up.
Step right up. Here comes the finale.
Why have you stopped, Lyney? Is there some device in that box?
Huh. It just looks familiar somehow. Let me check this out for a second while you guys go on ahead. If anyone makes a major discovery, let's rendezvous here.
All right, see you in a bit.
There's a cat in the box.
The placement of this device inside. If I remember correctly...
I smell more puzzles. Step on all without stepping twice. I messed up.
Seems like we can't step on the same tile twice. Guess we've got to finish it in one run, huh?
I had the right idea, but I stopped too early. Magic. I would call this machinery rather than magic.
Wow! There's a hidden room here! Let's see! Oh, this bookcase is full of Caesar's own notes! He wrote a lot about the principles of magic. Whew. Much too advanced for Paimon. Hey, look! Is that Caesar's diary on the table?
Another diary.
This book's thick as a brick! Let's take a peek inside it, shall we?
About the wish list.
At one of my shows a few days ago, a child asked me how I pulled candy out of my hat. As a joke, I told the kid that the hat has a built-in wish-granting machine. Next thing I know, today a whole bunch of kids were pestering me to pull all sorts of things out of the hat. So I told them another white lie. The machine needs time to power up, but in the meantime, you can write your wishes down. Well, they took me up on that offer, enthusiastically. As I write this, I've only just got back from running around all over town, buying the things they wanted. Boy, are my legs sore. I wound up saving very little this month, but that's not a major issue. I now have a bigger problem. How am I going to hide all these things inside my hat?
Gotta need a bigger hat. About the children studying magic.
2 children came to talk to me after today's show. I don't know why they were out on their own. They looked much too young to be unsupervised. I do hope they got home safely. Anyway, they said that they wanted me to teach them how to do magic. It's not uncommon for children to ask this, of course, but I've never seen any of them as serious about it as these 2.
Oh, is it Lyney and Lynette?
I told them that learning magic is very hard work, but that didn't faze them at all. It's like they already knew. They seemed so committed. I couldn't turn them down.
About Lorenzo's issues. There is lots of those.
It seems like something's bothering Lorenzo lately, but he won't open up to me about it. Surely he's not upset that I agreed to teach those 2 children. I'll have to talk him around. I have a good feeling about those kids. They're naturally talented, and it seems like they're not new to the world of magic. They have all sorts of fantastic ideas. All I'm really doing is helping them develop a more professional standard training plan. They wanted to call me Master, but I told them they absolutely mustn't. Any magician worth their salt could have taught them what I have. They're the geniuses here. Compared to them, I don't deserve to be called any sort of master. With time, I have no doubt that they could become far greater magicians than I. My only concern is why they're so mature for their age. I fear they've had to grow up too fast. I don't dare to imagine what they must have been through. Gemma thinks so too. She doesn't like being around them. Says that their eyes are too piercing. They don't bother me, but then again, I've never been the sharpest tool in the shed.
About the farewell.
It's nearly time for me to go on tour. I asked the 2 kids if they'd like to come with me, but they shook their heads. I once overheard them talking about their father and their mission. Sounds like their parents have other plans for them. I guess we'll be parting ways soon.
Yeah, father.
It's only been 10 days since I first met them, but I think that I've gotten a feel for their personalities now. They're very tough, but also very cautious, and they trust no one but each other. This, I fear, is not a good habit to have. they hide things from me too. For example, when I asked them where they live and why they wanted to learn magic, they lied. That's the thing about children. Whenever they're trying to cover something up, it always shows somehow. I can sense that their lives have been hard, possibly even dangerous too. They're not like other children. It's a shame that I can't do more to help them. After thinking things over, I decided to tell them a bit about how I see the world. It's full of lies and falsehoods, and that is why we must find our own truth. P.S. I hope they won't find my nagging annoying. Children are so opinionated nowadays. Will it do them more harm than good for someone they've only known 10 days to lecture them like that? P.P.S. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Children aren't interested in grand philosophies. It probably just went in one ear and out the other. I bet they've already forgotten every word I said. Oh, Caesar, Caesar. Just mind your own business next time.
Stop.
Two magic geniuses with a father and a mission, huh? Sounds a lot like he was writing about Lyney and Lynette, don't you think?
Nah, impossible, Paimon. How could it be?
So did they meet Caesar when they were kids? Let's go ask Lyney!
Aw, can't sit on this chair. One of the few chairs in the world that we cannot sit on.
Lyney?
Shh, hold that thought. As I expected, there's a lot of fishy things going on in this place.
Fishy? Uh-oh, what have you found?
Have you found an old fish?
All in good time. Before we go over our new leads, I want to tell you how a high-altitude escape is performed. First, the magician slots themselves into a magic box in full view of the audience. The box is then suspended high in the air, and a short while later, the base automatically opens. At this point, a dummy will fall out of the box, but it looks real enough to grab the audience's attention, and they start wailing and screaming. Meanwhile, the real magician, who has by now blended into the crowd, waits for a good moment to make their appearance and put on a hysterical performance. Oh no! Is that me? Did I just fall to my death?
Very vivid description. Paimon can really picture it. And then what?
The audience's gaze then turns to the magician, and by the time they realize what's happened, the dummy has vanished, as if everything that just happened was some sort of shared illusion. Of course, that's just how I think the process should work, theoretically speaking.
Theoretically speaking? What do you mean?
The inventor of this trick never performed it successfully. When the box opened, Caesar was the one who fell out, and not the dummy. He fell right to the ground from the highest point of the opera house. No one could hope to survive that fall, not without a vision at least. And no one else has ever attempted this trick since. My understanding of how it works is just based on what I could gather from his notes and the relevant gadgets here in his workshop.
So Caesar's famous high-altitude escape has never been done, huh? Paimon was about to say how cool it would have been to see it in person, but if it's that dangerous, it's probably for the best that no one else tries to do it. Wait a second. So if a dummy's supposed to drop out of the box, then where does the real magician go? How does he get out?
Glad you asked. That brings us to the secret of said box. This box right here is the one that Caesar constructed himself to use in the performance, and it's not as simple as it looks. Inside, there's a device that only the magician himself would know about. Once the magician's inside and the box is lifted up into the air, the audience's view of the box is fixed at a certain angle. From where they're standing, they have a clear view of the front, sides, and bottom, but the back and the top are now no longer visible. At this point, the magician presses a button inside the box, opening a secret door out of view. He then escapes through this trapdoor onto the opera house roof, waits for the dummy to fall and distract the audience, and quietly returns to ground level.
It is very similar to Lyney's own trick. Except instead of going through the floor, you go over the roof.
That's way simpler than Paimon imagined. Even Paimon could probably do it.
Well, there's a little more to it than that, of course. The hardest part of this trick is controlling the audience's mood and reactions. That takes an exceptional degree of showmanship. There's the falling dummy, the miraculous reappearance, the pompous performing. Maybe the magician would even have themselves tied up before it begins to strengthen the impression that there's no escape.
Similarities don't end there. Someone dies at the end.
Many days and nights of careful research and painstaking practice would have gone into this, all culminating in a performance just a few minutes long, but one that still manages to transform the shock and grief of a tragic accident to the joy and laughter of a mesmerizing magic trick. Caesar was a highly accomplished magician, but unfortunately, even he didn't manage to pull it off.
So, how did it go so wrong? You said you found some fishy stuff here. Have you figured out what really happened?
I mean, likely couldn't open the secret door.
I can make a pretty good guess. I looked into the case files. The magic box Caesar was using at the time of his death had the secret button I mentioned positioned on the right-hand side. And sure enough, he always used his right hand as his dominant hand in public.
Okay. Nothing suspicious there.
But here's the strange thing. Most of the devices in this workshop have the mechanism on the left-hand side, including this box right here, which leads me to believe that Caesar was in fact left-handed.
Not sure where you're going with this. Why would Caesar pretend to be right-handed?
Because a magician can't afford to have their most basic habits stand out too much. People naturally focus their attention on the most important details of the task or situation at hand. But a magician needs to be able to redirect an audience's attention at will, so as to avoid arousing their suspicion. The essence of magic is getting people to believe a lie. If even the truth raises eyebrows, the falsehoods become all the more difficult to mask. And so, Caesar trained himself to use his right hand to align with his audience's expectations. Great magic always requires sacrifices. But in his most stressful and nerve-wracking moments, and when no one was watching, reflex would kick in and he'd use his left hand. That's why he set his gadgets with the mechanism on his left.
Maybe someone exploited that fact against him.
Exactly. I think that's likely what happened. Caesar would have been under a lot of time pressure during the escape. He'd have had mere seconds to open the hidden compartment, retrieve the dummy, then open the secret door and make a swift escape. But I'm sure he was confident. He would have rehearsed countless times to the point where it was second nature. He'd barely need to think about what he was doing because muscle memory would guide him through. So he opened the compartment, took out the dummy, checked everything was in order, and then went to leave. With his left hand, he reached for the button, and suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. It wasn't there. Much like when you reach for your keys but find your pocket empty, his mind needed a moment to process what was going on. Instinctively, his left hand would keep feeling around for the missing button, maybe for another second or two, until the bottom of the box gave way.
Also worth noting that it's probably, or obviously, completely dark in the box.
With the stakes being as high as they were, just a 2-second delay cost him everything. The authorities would find nothing suspicious and conclude that his death was due to his own error.
When in reality, someone switched the boxes, and they did it to murder him. But how would they be able to make the switch without being noticed? That would be difficult to pull off, no?
It would have to have been someone who knew that he was left-handed, and who could move his props around without arousing suspicion. Someone who was always by his side.
Either his partner or his wife.
Isn't that right, Lorenzo?
Partner it is.
You just couldn't let sleeping dogs lie, could you? There's not a lot of people who'd go to all this trouble for some magician who died 10 years ago. I didn't want to have to do this, you know. Silencing you the hard way just creates more problems for me to deal with. But I gave you your chance. I hoped you'd do what's good for you and back off like the lady, but you disappoint me.
Never trust them mustaches.
You mean Gemma? So you are the one who's been threatening her!
Yes, although however stubborn she might be, she was never much of a liability. But you people, you never even knew him, but for some reason you just wouldn't drop it.
Oh, but they did.
Which is why you can't leave this place alive. Take them out, and make it quick.
What does make you think that these guys suddenly stand a chance against me?
Do your worst!
Oh, they have a dog this time. That makes all the difference.
Eat this!
Go. Orders given. Orders received. Right here. Emerge. Let the magic begin!
Oh, Lorenzo himself is also there, watching. Also, he brought the big guns.
Right here. Right now.
Nice and spicy!
Now disappear! A round of applause!
Paper cut.
You kids are tougher than you look.
Had enough yet, Lorenzo? Your cronies can't help you now. I think it's high time you started talking, and what I'd really like to know is, why did you murder Caesar?
If I had a Mora for every time you said that man's name. Of course you idolized Caesar, everyone else did. But I was the real genius magician. Me! He was just an amateur who did cheap tricks for gullible children. I was the one who made magic into the fine art it is today. The aristocrats doffed their hats to me!
So it was jealousy.
Jealousy. Hatred, more like. I hated Caesar. All he cared about was his magic. He lived and breathed it. He poured everything into his street performances and his stupid tours like it was just a hobby to him, never bothering to think about Mora. What sort of fool devotes their life to the art of deception and never has a Mora to show for it? But the people loved him, didn't they? Oh, how they looked up to him. No one gave me a second look. All I ever heard was, "Oh, your master's amazing, isn't he?" Amazing. Yeah, so amazing that he was completely broke. Every other apprentice was living it up at their master's expense, but no, not me. I put in all the work, mastered all the skills, and it brought me nothing more than the life I already had.
You killed him. Why didn't you just leave?
He forbade me from using magic to trick people out of their mora. There was nothing he hated more than that. And with his reputation in Fontaine, it was too risky for me to go it alone. As long as he was alive, if I dabbled in my own brand of money-making magic, he would expose me, and it would destroy me. I had to kill him. There was no other way. He had to go.
And this was your only motive?
It was reason enough. What other motive would I need?
Well, I was under the impression that there might have been other factors at play. For instance, maybe you were in love with Gemma, but she was engaged to Caesar.
Dun dun dun. I call it.
In love with Gemma? Don't be ridiculous.
Guess I was wrong about that then. Next question. Are you the Phantom Weasel?
I am. Caesar was so strict with me. He insisted that his way was the right way, that the sole purpose of magic was to bring joy to the world. I never bought into any of that. I was more interested in the practical value of magic. Sure enough, it helped me fill my pockets with all kinds of valuable treasures.
But I heard that the Phantom Weasel stole from the rich and poor alike.
Oh, yeah! Charlotte told us that the weasel would steal whatever people valued, no matter how much it was worth.
That's just how it looked from the outside. What would any thief want with second-rate loot? I've only ever targeted high-value items. I stole cheap things as a way of practicing my craft. It was other people's overactive imaginations that conjured up the preposterous image they then dubbed the Phantom Weasel.
So, that's the story, huh? Well, I hope you're ready to tell it all over again during your trial.
What choice do I have? You're a pack of wolves, and you've got me between your jaws. You've seen what's here, and my last-ditch effort to stop it getting out has failed. What else can I do? So be it. I've enjoyed power and wealth for the last 10 years, the likes of which Caesar could never give me. I wouldn't choose for things to end this way, but I regret nothing.
Very well. In that case, I'll contact the guards. Traveler, Paimon, keep an eye on Lorenzo for me. I'll meet you just outside the workshop when I'm back.
At least I can finally stop looking over my shoulder now.
He's immune to fire. Like any weasel.
Lyney has told me the whole story. Lorenzo, do you confess to the murder of Caesar and to framing him for the Phantom Weasel's crimes?
Look who's finally developed a conscience. What kind of disciple murders their own master? I hope it was worth it, because there'll be hell to pay.
Looks like it's all over. What should we do next, Lyney? Should we start preparing for your show?
Let me think. Let's rendezvous with Lynette and Gemma first. With Lorenzo in custody, Gemma will no longer have to fear for her safety.
Good point! We should go tell Gemma the good news right away. It'll give her some peace of mind for sure.
So, Lynette, did you get your dessert? Plot twist, they're both dead. Oh no! How much did that hurt?
You're back. You were so quick. I've only just finished my third dessert.
Oh good.
Your third? Lynette, come on, we've talked about this. Everything in moderation. You're not gonna have any room left for dinner now.
That's fine. I'll shift to exercise mode and jog off the excess sugar.
That's besides the point. Well, it's done now, but try to eat a more balanced diet in the future.
Point taken.
Message not received.
Did everything go okay?
Of course! Lorenzo was no match for us. The guards are taking him into custody as we speak.
Gosh, that's amazing. I'm sorry, I still didn't know if I could trust you, but now it seems I can. I had my suspicions about Lorenzo, but I...
The country of Hydra!
It's okay, we understand. He did threaten you. Paimon would find it hard to trust strangers in your position too. But you don't need to be scared anymore. Everything's gonna be okay.
Sorry. Sorry. My emotions are all over the place right now. I've been waiting for this day to come for so long.
Oh no, she's dissolving into water.
I always wanted to report Lorenzo. He took all of Caesar's property, which I found suspicious, but I had people watching me all the time, so I couldn't risk looking into it. I was so afraid. I was scared he'd do something terrible to me, and then no one would be left to visit Caesar's grave. So I never had the courage to speak out. Thank you all. Truly. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for clearing Caesar's name. I never would have guessed that Lorenzo was the real Phantom Weasel. He never showed any signs that there were problems between him and Caesar in public. From the outside, it looked like they got along great. To think that lowlife's been living life to the fullest all this time, while Caesar's name was getting dragged through the mud. It's a travesty. At least his soul can finally rest in peace now, thanks to your efforts.
If only I'd realized before it was too late.
Don't blame yourself, Gemma. This isn't your fault.
Yeah, you still have the rest of your life to live. Caesar wouldn't want to see you spending it feeling guilty.
Cheer up, Gemma. My brother's doing a magic show at the Opera House tomorrow evening. Would you like to come along? It might raise your spirits.
He's gonna do the elevation trick and die.
This show will be a special one. We're holding it in Caesar's honor.
In Caesar's honor? Really? Oh, thank you. I'll be there.
Great. We'll see you tomorrow evening. Traveler, Paimon, don't be late.
Don't worry, we'll be there. No way are we gonna miss out on a free magic show. Wait, Paimon feels like we're forgetting something. Oh yeah, Caesar's diary! We never found out if the two kids Caesar taught magic to were Lyney and Lynette or not. Lyney changed the topic back in the workshop, so we didn't get a chance to bring it up. Oh well, guess we'll just have to ask Lyney tomorrow evening.
I've spoken many choice words about Caesar over the years. I'm so ashamed of myself now. He was such a good man.
I can't believe Lorenzo was intimidating Gemma all this time.
You met Lorenzo before?
He comes around here sometimes. Not to clean Caesar's grave, though. He just stands off to the side and watches Gemma from a distance.
Ah, good old creep.
She must have known, but she never asked him to leave. I wonder why that is.
It may take some time, but Caesar's reputation will be restored now that the real culprit has been captured. Looks like Gemma chose a good man after all.
I should do the time first, so I know where I'm going. Is this gonna be enough time, or do you want another day? Another day. Good freeze frame pose. Hold it! Hold it! You can do it! Just stand like that for another day. And release. It's time for another magic show. There is a quest team.
Surprise!
Surprise.
Over here! Surprise! Pyron's excited to see another of Lyney's magic shows! Wait. Lynette, shouldn't you be on stage by now?
Not this time. My brother's going solo today. So, I'll be watching with you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody's ready because the show is about to begin. The great magician Lyney has prepared a spectacular show for us all tonight, concluding with an all-new grand finale that no audience has ever seen before.
Wow! A new trick!
What could it possibly be?
Thank you all so much for coming. Now, prepare to join me on a journey through the mystical and miraculous.
Wow.
Exciting stuff, isn't it?
Yes, it's just... It reminds me of him.
No wonder. Caesar was a famous magician too. So, how did you two first meet, Gemma?
Well, I was out on the street once, and I saw him performing for little children. Children love magic, because they're willing to believe in things that can't be rationally explained. Caesar had this amazing way of bringing them into a dreamlike world. And somehow, I felt drawn to him too. So I went up and asked him to do a trick for me.
Aw, that sounds so romantic. What trick did he do?
It was with a flower. He took it in his hand, snapped his fingers, and it magically appeared on my head.
Oh, Traveler's gonna marry Lyney then, I guess.
I was so happy that day. No one had ever given me a flower before that.
Oh, that's so cute! Actually, now that you mention it, Lyney's done that one before.
Is that right? Then I suppose he's a romantic at heart, just like Caesar. So let's treasure the time we have with him.
Well, that time is gonna end real soon.
After all, you never know when the people dearest to you might be gone.
Don't be sad. The killer has been caught.
That's right. It's all over now. Paimon doesn't really know how to comfort you, but at the very least, no one's gonna be intimidating you from now on. You can breathe easy at last, right?
Right. Yes, you can breathe easy now, Phantom Weasel.
Aw.
See? Even when that says... Wait, what?
Twist.
The Phantom Weasel? Lorenzo escaped? Where is he?
What do you mean, Phantom Weasel?
As Lyney once said, a performer's job is to commit fully to their role and put on a flawless performance for their audience. But once the bag of tricks is empty and the curtain falls, it's time to end the show. The spotlight is no place for someone with no more cards up their sleeve. It's been 10 years, Gemma. Aren't you tired of the grieving widow act? I think it's time to put an end to it.
What are you talking about? Paimon doesn't like this riddle. Traveler, Paimon doesn't like where this is going. Come on, say something!
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're all enjoying the performance so far.
Also, Charlotte is here. I noticed in one of the scenes where we were looking that way.
There will now be a brief intermission, after which Lyney will perform the most electrifying act of tonight's show, the one we've all been waiting for. The final performance will take place outside of the Opera House, so please make your way outside in a calm and orderly fashion.
The Phantom Weasel never did like public places, did they? Don't worry, this place will be quiet soon. Let's talk somewhere else for now.
Imo, sit back down and think about that. Go somewhere quiet and ask about the truth. I mean, I had suspicions for both of them. Did Lorenzo know it was her and cover for her? Or take the fall for her.
Dear me, this is awkward, isn't it? And unfortunately, I'm all out of gadgets, so I'm afraid I can't do any tricks to liven up the mood. This is a big mistake for a magician to make, but thankfully, I do have a backup plan. Now, who wants to hear a story?
Lyney, don't we have more important things to address right now? Lynette accused Gemma of being the real Phantom Weasel a moment ago. Oh, what the heck's going on?
All in good time. Magicians are good at guessing what people are thinking. I know the questions you want to ask. And as it happens, the story I'm about to tell might answer a few of them.
Really? Well then, let's hear it! Paimon's dying of curiosity here!
Let's go back to the very beginning. A decade ago, when the Phantom Weasel was terrorizing the court of Fontaine. She never missed a target, never left a trace, and no treasure was safe from her thieving hands. But as her infamy grew, so did the readiness of the police, and her opportunities to act became ever fewer. Every day, she ran the risk of being exposed for who she was.
That mask is definitely enough to hide her identity.
Of course, she could not simply take this lying down, and before long, she found her ticket to freedom. she would create a scapegoat, a false weasel to close the chapter on her behalf. After weighing her options, she set her sights on a renowned magician, Caesar. After all, magic and theft shared enough similarities for people to buy the story when the truth came out.
So then what?
Being the master deceiver she was, the weasel easily earned Caesar's trust. Now all that remained was to frame him for her countless crimes. But as she was considering how to make her move, she noticed Caesar's aggrieved pupil, and a new thought entered her mind. Maybe I don't need to get my hands dirty after all. At her encouragement, Lorenzo tampered with Caesar's magic box, causing him to fall to his death. Afterwards, Lorenzo seized his master's property, and the weasel set about tarnishing Caesar's reputation. Two co-conspirators committed the perfect crime.
I've got to hand it to you. You're both exceptional storytellers. It's enough to make even me wonder whether there was really another mastermind behind all this, pulling the strings. But I just have one question. You seem to think that I am the villain in this tale. What's brought this on, Lyney? Is it something that Lorenzo said?
Don't worry, Lorenzo said nothing at all. But I never believed that he was the weasel, and in fact, my investigation only made me more certain of that. He was too forthcoming with his confession, as if there was something else he was trying to hide.
How disappointing. So you'd sooner trust Lorenzo than me, even without a shred of evidence?
A magician is an expert at playing the audience to get the result they want. And I have no doubt that you, Gemma, are equally talented in this regard. With a little help from Lorenzo, you put on a very convincing performance. The lovesick fiancé, whose devotion to her betrothed is unshakable, even under threats of violence. Caesar was maligned and hated by all for 10 years, but you? Everyone sympathized with your plight. Who would suspect for 1 second that the lovely young lady always seen weeping in front of Caesar's grave was actually the mastermind behind his demise? No, not that poor lady. Perish the thought.
Wait, so you mean the whole intimidation thing was just a hoax? Gemma and Lorenzo were both in on it? But why would Lorenzo agree to that? And why didn't he sell her out even at the end instead of admitting to being the weasel himself?
Yes, why indeed? Maybe Gemma herself could enlighten us on that question.
Well, Lyney, if you're so confident in your version of events, then I think the answer should be obvious. Having killed Caesar with his own hands, Lorenzo was plagued by overwhelming guilt. Revealing the Phantom Weasel's true identity would serve no purpose. But if the Weasel remained free, then she could take care of Lorenzo's loved ones.
An excellent answer, though sadly a little dull.
Is that right? Well, don't let me bore you. If you'd care to change the topic to something more interesting, I'd be much obliged.
Menacing camera movement. Slow zoom. Slow turn.
As a matter of fact, there's one thing I'd really like to understand. Why would the real weasel have targeted things that only have value to other people? Could you shed any light on that?
Of course. After all, we're just telling stories here, aren't we? If I had to guess, I would say that the real weasel must have had a terrible childhood. Left to fend for herself after her parents died young. Betrayed, scorned, beaten. She'd scrounge waste paper from garbage bins to draw on, using twigs and dirt for lack of ink and pen. She'd sew ugly rag dolls from whatever scrap material she could get her hands on. This was her only source of happiness in life. But it was all she needed, and she was content. Until the world decided that even this was too good for her. Once again, she was betrayed. And this time, everything was taken from her. She felt like life was a miry pit that dragged her further down the more she struggled to escape. At that tender age, she should have been happy. Instead, she stood in the shadows and watched with envy as all good things in the world passed her by. This was a fate too cruel for anyone to bear. Her pain became a breeding ground for dark thoughts. Thoughts which festered and grew into a twisted solution to her troubles. I detest the happiness of others, in all its forms alike. I will rob them of everything they hold to be good and true, and it will fill the void in my soul.
That's some pretty heavy stuff.
Now it all makes sense.
Does this story satisfy you, Lyney?
Yes, it is quite to my tastes. Thank you for helping to clear up my confusion.
So, what was with the warning letter?
Huh. That's right. What drove you to write that letter, Gemma? What were you trying to achieve there? Because without that, none of this would have ever come to light.
She didn't write the letter.
After 10 long years, I'd hoped that the Phantom Weasel would be consigned to the history books by now. But it seems like someone still wasn't ready to let her finally be at peace. Lyney. Or should I call you the Phantom Copycat now? You were the one who posted that letter outside the Opera House. But why?
Oh. He did all this to drag out the real Phantom.
Very sharp, Phantom Weasel. Still as shrewd as ever. Well, no need for me to be coy about it. Our goal was to clear Caesar's name. The most straightforward way to change the public's impression of Caesar was to force the Weasel to show themselves.
That's it? You had no other agenda?
Of course we did. We made it quite clear in the letter, I believe. I shall take from you that which you hold most dear, just as you did to me 10 years ago.
10 years ago? You mean Caesar's death? You met him? Wait. Oh, I get it. You were those two obnoxious kids. It's been so long, and you're all grown up now. I didn't recognize you. He taught you magic back then, didn't he? For what, 10 days or something? And you went to all this trouble. Why? Because you feel like you still owe him something?
We remember all our debts, however great or small. 10 years ago, Caesar's reputation was torn to shreds, and his legacy was thrown out. 10 years on, and no one cares what the truth is anymore.
Yeah, so many kids with cat ears. They couldn't have been recognized.
But we did not forget, and so we came to find you.
And? What exactly did you take from me? I'm still standing, as you can see. Lorenzo has admitted to everything. I'm free.
That rhymed.
Free? Do you really think so? Caesar once told me that even though the world is filled with lies and falsehoods, we must find our own truth. I think that applies to you too. Truth can take many forms. Prized possessions with nostalgic value, fervent hopes and dreams, and irreplaceable people. Life took many things from you, and those wounds never healed. When they ached unbearably in the dead of night, stealing became your way of numbing the pain.
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying that for the last 10 years, you've been living a rather uneventful life. Perhaps that's because you found something other than a life of crime to fill the hole? Back to Lorenzo for a second. He murdered his own master, played along with your act, and took pains to make sure any suspicion would be directed towards him. But what did he have to gain from all that? He knew who you were and the things you'd done, and despite that, he was willing to give everything up for your sake. He's the reason that you haven't felt the compulsion to steal in all these years. You're more than just accomplices in murder. You're the only real friends each other has. So I think you know, deep down, that he is the only truth you have in your life. But that truth is gone now, and I guarantee you, you'll never see it again.
Congratulations on your freedom, Gemma.
Your freedom will cost you dearly. From now on, you'll be all alone in a world full of lies and falsehoods. I do hope you'll be able to bear it. You've still got a long life ahead of you after all.
Gather round, one and all. The time has now come for the amazing Lyney to perform his final act in tonight's show.
Alright, there's a show going on.
I'm sure you're all wondering what he has planned for the grand finale. Well, wonder no more, for the answer is a death-defying high-altitude escape.
A high-altitude escape?
10 years ago. The trick that Caesar died attempting.
I'm sure you all remember the magician Caesar. This was the very trick that led to his fatal fall, after which he was dubbed the Phantom Weasel.
Also, yeah, this is clearly a name reference to Houdini.
But we have now learned that Caesar was wrongly accused, and that the real Weasel has now confessed to their crimes.
Guess that's my cue to leave. Whew. I've been practicing this one for ages now, but I'm still a little nervous. Traveler, Paimon, I hope you enjoy the rest of the show. There may be a lot of people watching tonight, but you alone are my true witnesses.
Lyney, wait. You two hid a lot from Caesar. He went to his grave without ever knowing your secrets. So what about now? Are you an open book? Or are you still the same as ever? You don't have to tell lies to end up isolated and alone. One day, you'll end up exactly where I am today. Maybe then you'll finally understand.
You already have gray hair, just like me.
You're wrong. I'm nothing like you.
So, what are we, doing now?
We watch a show.
Like Lyney said, when you're ready, let's head outside and watch the show.
But what about Gemma?
She'll figure out what's best for her soon enough. Oh, and if you'd like to see Lyney after the show, you know where he'll be. The usual haunt.
Alright, well, let's go and watch Lyney's finale then. This trick's a pretty dangerous one, but he should be able to pull it off, right?
Magicians are not like thieves. Thieves only tear things apart. But good-hearted magicians, they put things back together.
What is my truth? Sometimes I think I'm like a gambling addict. All I care about is winning, and it doesn't matter what's at stake. By the time I come to my senses, I'm left with nothing. Oh, if I had my time again.
Let's watch the high altitude escape trick. And hope it doesn't go wrong.
Magic should be mysterious, surprising, and defy logic. Magic is hard work. Every single movement has to be practiced thousands of times.
It's alright. We're used to that.
We're sorry. You've taught us so much, but we can't tell you the whole truth.
It's okay. Do you still remember what I told you? This world is full of lies and falsehoods. I only hope that one day, you can find your own truth.
What about you? Have you found your truth?
Magic is my truth. I want to perform a magic trick so great that people will always think of me when they talk about it. For a magician, what greater honor could there be?
Look! Behold! Lyney is sealed inside the box. Will he manage to escape? 10 years ago, Caesar attempted this very trick, and it was at this precise moment that...
Watch out!
Mysterious. Surprising. And logic-defying. Isn't that right? This honor belongs to you, Caesar. I'm just sorry it's a little late.
Did you see that? 1 minute he was falling, and the next, he turned into flowers.
He has his vision though, not fair. Yeah, we were talking about how a fall from that height would kill someone if they didn't have a vision. Specifically.
How could he possibly have done that?
How mysterious. I didn't blink once. He just vanished right in front of my eyes.
What a heart-stopping magic show! This was really worth the trip. Caesar's name has finally been cleared, and Fontaine's new star magician Lyney has fulfilled a wish on his behalf. Oh, I couldn't ask for a better grand finale. It will make a great headline for the Steambird tomorrow, even if I do say so myself.
Whew. Looks like everyone really loved Lyney's grand finale.
Even though they don't know the full story.
Paimon doesn't see Lyney anywhere. Where'd he go? Oh, Lynette said he'd be waiting for us at the usual haunt. But, where is that?
Cemetery?
Oh, you mean the one where Caesar's buried? Yeah, that's probably it. This whole magic show kinda seemed like Lyney's way of saying goodbye to Caesar. So it makes sense that that's where he'd be afterward.
Yeah, he'll be there as a dead person in a grave.
Alright, let's go look for him there.
How haunting.
Lyney! There you are. Are you alright? scared to death when the chain broke, Paimon was sure something had gone horribly wrong.
Magic is a performance art. A magician has to get creative to keep the audience on tenterhooks. That's our job. So I tweaked Caesar's original setup a little to keep it fresh. I was honestly a little nervous during the live performance. The thought of falling, suddenly feeling weightless, seeing the sky and the ground spinning and spinning. Sometimes, I can't help but wonder what Caesar thought in those final moments. Did he regret taking Gemma and Lorenzo on? Or did he believe that it was his own slip-up right until the end?
You know, Paimon's been wanting to ask you about something ever since we were in Caesar's workshop. You learned magic from Caesar once, didn't you? When was that?
After I joined the House of the Hearth. To be honest, Lynette and I had an agenda when we approached him.
An agenda?
I told you about my past before, remember? As a young boy, I survived by secretly learning magic from street performers. I'd watch their tricks and try to figure out how they were done. But I quickly realized that observation alone could only get me so far. What I saw was the polished final performance, but the rigorous training they put in behind the scenes remained invisible to me. I needed to learn how to improve my sleight of hand, hone my misdirection skills, and make niftier props. We were gifted enough that we'd made some progress by ourselves, but without proper guidance from a professional magician, we quickly plateaued.
So that's why you sought Caesar out?
Yes. We figured there was no harm in asking, but it took us by surprise that he was so willing to teach us. In all, we only spent 10 short days together, but he was very good to us. By contrast, we hid so many things from him. For instance, when he asked why I wanted to learn magic, I answered, "It's my passion." But in truth, there was already a lot more to the story by then. After being taken in by an aristocrat for our magic talent, then betrayed soon after, this was no longer about me doing what I loved. What amazed me was how the lie escaped my lips even as I was hesitating over whether to tell him the truth. Trust is a beautiful thing. Sadly, I'd forgotten how to trust by then.
Lyney.
I don't blame you. That wasn't your fault.
Still worried about the way I feel? You really are a gentle soul, aren't you? But don't worry, I'm used to it now. From the mansions of the elite to the House of the Hearth, lies and selfishness have followed me and Lynette everywhere we go. After Caesar went on tour, we became busy with our missions. The next we heard of him was that he'd fallen to his death, and was now declared to be the Phantom Weasel. That night, I remembered his smile. But as I lay there, I didn't know what to say to him. To keep secrets is to put up walls. The longer you keep them up, the less you let people in. Then, one day, you look around and realize your life is like an empty auditorium after a show, full of seats once occupied by all the people who left. But I guess that's the price we have to pay. You only realize how much someone really meant to you when you lose them completely. That's why I was so confident this would hurt Gemma. Because I felt it for myself.
Don't be sad. We're in your auditorium, and we're not going anywhere.
Yeah, cheer up, Lyney. We've had to say our fair share of goodbyes during our journey, too. But whatever happens, Paimon always believes in what tomorrow brings. Delicious food, fun toys, and the Traveler by my side. Paimon just needs to focus on things like this, and all the unhappy stuff goes right out the window. You know, Traveler, doesn't that kinda make you Paimon's truth?
Exactly. It's the same for me and Lynette. We are the truest thing each other has in the world, and nothing can replace that. Life has taken plenty from us, like it did from Gemma. But at least it left us with each other. That's what gave us the strength to get through the darkest days. That's why the darkness never consumed me and why it never will. Maybe we live in the shadows too, but we remember every precious ray of light that shines through. All right, time to lighten this conversation up a little. What did you think of the show tonight? Were you happy with it?
It was amazing! Paimon just wishes we hadn't been so distracted with the Gemma situation. We spent most of our time in the Opera House just talking and pretty much missed the entire first half of the show. Lyney, could you do just one more trick for us?
Whoa, that's a bit of a tall order, I'm afraid. The show's just finished, so my sleeves are decidedly card-free right now.
Aw, come on! Surely you can think of something. The Lyney Paimon knows can do anything if he puts his mind to it.
Oh, all right then. I'll give it a go, but only because it's you. Watch closely. I have a flower in my hand.
You liar! There's nothing in your hand! We ain't going along with this!
Huh? My goodness, you're right. But I could have sworn I brought one here with me. Okay, try this. Count down with me. 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1.
Now, have another look around. Maybe the flowers appeared somewhere else.
Really? Let's see.
We see.
Wow, there it is! Oh, this is a different flower from the last time, right? This one's called, oh yeah, a rainbow rose. But more importantly, Paimon has to know how the trick is done. Please, Lyney, pretty please!
Well, if you want to learn magic, you'll have to start by addressing me as teacher.
Fine. Please, teacher, please!
Since you asked so nicely, I'll share one little tip with you. Namely, the student of magic cannot solely rely on others being prepared to reveal their secrets. You have to observe, think, and find the answers for yourself.
Is that it?
Look at the time. We shouldn't linger here too long. Thanks again for coming to see my show. I bid you both good night. I look forward to seeing you again.
All right, fine. See ya. Shall we head back now, too? Oh, Paimon can't wait to read The Steambird tomorrow. Paimon bets Lyney and Caesar will be plastered all over it. Let's head to the Steambird's offices tomorrow morning and see what we can find out.
Delightful encounter. Flowery accessory given away by Lyney at his magic shows. It is an arrangement of luminous bells, which symbolizes parting, and rainbow roses that represent passion. Parting and passion are two separate perspectives sharing the same nature. What really matters is the present that we are living in. This replaced the other one, or combined with the other one. Also, this time I'm just gonna do this. Paimon, you can do the falling trick. No, she'll never hit the ground.
If there's nothing better to do, we could go foraging for ingredients.
There is something better to do. An interview, for example.
I'm very sorry, Charlotte, but my sister and I are quite busy today. I'm afraid we'll have to decline this interview.
Oh, please, Lyney, I'll only take a moment of your time, if you would be so kind.
Huh? What's happening here?
I spent all night writing my piece about the Phantom Weasel. and it was going to go to print this morning. But just as dawn broke, I suddenly received news that Caesar's fiancée, Gemma, had contacted the guards and confessed to having been the real Phantom Weasel all along.
That was quick.
Hmm? Too late, bro. That was quick, you say? It sounds like I've got some catching up to do. Please, fill me in.
Whoops.
Aha! My instincts did not lead me astray. You do have something to hide. Gemma turning herself in must have something to do with Lyney's performance last night.
Maybe watching my high-altitude escape trick reminded her of a better time with Caesar, and she could no longer ignore the voice of her conscience.
Huh. Okay, then. Wait, no, there must be more to it. If that's all it took for her to have a change of heart, how did it take her 10 whole years?
Well...
Charlotte's journalistic spirit is burning red. We're going to have to distract her somehow.
Oh, I remember now. You and Gemma were nowhere to be found after the show. What happened between you? Quickfire question. Where did you all go after the show?
Oh, we went to the cemetery and Lyney did a private magic trick just for us. Actually, glad you mentioned it, because that reminds Paimon, guess what? Lyney started using rainbow roses in his tricks.
What? I don't recall ever having received a rainbow rose from you myself. Is this supposed to mean that they're more important to you than your own sister?
No, I just,
What now? Oh, did Paimon say something wrong again? This is getting pretty awkward. What do we do, Traveler?
Let's just leave. You're just making everything worse.
Seems like this interview wasn't meant to be. Well, never mind. There's always next time. Forgive my persistence, but when there's explosive news waiting to be found, I can't turn away. The news about Gemma has already made waves, and I'll stop at nothing to get to the bottom of it all. Apparently, one of the things she said to the guards was that her final wish is to see Lorenzo one last time. There's clearly a web of complicated relationships there. Can't blame me for being curious. All right, I guess I'll leave you to continue the rest of your conversation in peace. Bye for now.
Lynette? Paimon didn't mean to...
Don't worry, I wasn't angry. I was just trying to distract her.
Oh, really? Oh, thank goodness. You scared Paimon there.
Phew. You and me both, Paimon. You and me both. At least it did the job, right?
Please, take good care of that rainbow rose. I'd be really upset if you lost it.
So, we have completed Lyney's story quest. Never to be forgotten. Surely. Now, the next thing on our agenda. How good am I at finding it without teleporting? Am I anywhere close? It's somewhere near Catherine, I know that. But where's Catherine? Right here. Armand. Hello, you too. My name is Armand. I see. Let's start the toy wars. We'll be back. I'm sure. I thought you were the initiation, but you're probably just a part of it then. Arbon. The show's Clockwork Workshop staff. This is so annoying. Albert. Yes, very annoying. Doesn't this just mean that Lady Farina will sit at the judge's table? Exactly. Sit at the judge's table? What does that mean? Oh my, we have guests. Judging from your clothes, you must be outlanders, yes? In that case, it's quite expected that you might not understand our local lingo. Allow me to put it this way. Who should sit at the judge's table? The justices, of course. And who is our Chief Justice? Monsieur Neuvillette, naturally. Oh my, well then, why is our dear Hydro Archon sitting in Monsieur Neuvillette's chair? Come now, tell me, what would the poor people think? Poor people being judged think of that? If it were me, why, I would feel cheated. Our Hydro Archon knows nothing about being a judge. Well, it does seem like they wouldn't be getting what was advertised. Exactly. Trials will be not as advertised, precisely as you say. Huh. So it does mean what Paimon thought it did. Wait, just a second. Are you sure it's okay for you to make fun of your god like that? Oh, of course. Our Archon loves such jokes. Why, if these words reached her ears, she would tie me to a stone and have me hurled into a deep lake, watching enthusiastically from the sidelines the entire time. Ah, dear guest, do not grieve yet, for our good Arbon is ever so flighty with his words that even a millstone could not sink him. Now Archon would say, "Ah, it's a miracle, such a romantic ending," while applauding most loudly. In fact, she might even shed a tear or two. Aye, you may even bestow upon me a model of romantic fontaine medal. Ah yes, most romantic. Paimon's not sure what to say. In any case, let's get to business. Might I ask why you have come to our humble store? Speaking of which, Arbon, don't you think our two guests look like the famous adventurers the boss told us about previously? Huh? Quite so. One with hair like burnished gold, and the other like shining silver. Alright. Might the two of you be Miss Li Huan and Miss Paimon? You know us? The boss was asking around at the Adventurers Guild about adventurers active in Fontaine, and ended up being told about the two of you. Word is that you are a pretty formidable team. Well, Miss Li Huan, looks like we are getting more famous by the day. It's all thanks to you, Miss Paimon. Hehehe, haven't you been growing a silver tongue lately? Alrighty then, for that Paimon shall share her fortune with you. Well then, what would your boss like from us? Well, unfortunately, he's not in the store right now, so allow us to tell you in his stead. Just a few words, not to worry. To be brief, our boss would like your help collecting data for his Champion Duelist plan. Champion Duelist plan. It is a plan to use Champion Duelists as the main characters, the development centerpiece, and the focus of our advertising for a new line of Clockwork toys. Ah, right. That's our business, by the way. Clockwork toys. Also, have the two of you heard of Champion and Duelists? Not at all. Could you explain? They are a special institution in Fontaine. If you commit any crime as you face their trial, you may apply for a duel against the champion. Oh, those Champion Duelists. I remember. I know. Should you prove victorious, you can clear your name and defend your honor, and thus remove the need for a trial. However, defeating a Champion Duelist is no mean feat. Harder than selling toys, certainly. Our boss believes this to be an excellent cultural institution of Fontaine. As such, toys of this kind may yet sell very well indeed. And if they do get popular outside the country, we can also win honor for our nation. 2 birds with 1 stone, I say. Ah, I can see Lady Furina herself pinning medals to our chests. Okay, so that's the situation, huh? But if you're making toy champion duelists, what do you need us adventurers for? Well, you can't develop anything without data. The strength of the champion duelists is honed in all manners of the perilous places. Getting data on them isn't easy. But when we heard that the more impressive adventurers do similar things, we thought, why not get adventurers to help us instead? Ah, Paimon kinda gets it now. You're gonna use adventurers to get the data you need for your line of toy champion duelists, is that it? That's false advertising. It's no different from Lady Furina sitting at the judges' table. Well, now, it's not quite that serious. It's more like replacing a Romaritime flower with a mallow tree. Or, you know, a wooden pillar with a stone one. Ah, doesn't all this mean more or less the same thing? That's what you two were talking about from the start, you know, and we heard it all. Oh, that. We were talking about Le Port Horlogerie, the watchmaker next door. They are way worse than we are, trust me. Call themselves the watchmaker. They make toys on the sly. Now that's just completely absurd, isn't it? Indeed, terribly so. A watchmaker that sells toys. Exactly. And is that not reprehensible? Come, tell me, what do you like most in this world? What Paimon likes most? Well, it's her best buddy, Li Huan, of course. In that case, if there was a Li Huan puppet store somewhere that you traveled from far to see, only to find that it did not sell Li Huan puppets at all, but instead stocked nothing but a ton of Arbonne puppets, do not be angered at his betrayal of your expectations. Would you not cry and scream? Would you not send the boss of that store flying with a single punch for denying you the purchase of your dear companion? Why, I'd be furious. I'd punch the store owner straight into a cell in the fortress of Meropide. Seriously, who would buy Arbonne puppets anyway? What kind of comedy duo are you two? Well, now that you say so. It would be kinda annoying. What do we do, Li Huan? It would be terrible if puppets of you were to go out of stock. Paimon, it's a red herring. Don't get distracted. Huh? They almost got Paimon there too. Oh, come now. We were just making analogies. And you know what they say. There's no such thing as a perfect analogy. And well, the things we describe do happen. After all, you will not find Beryl conscious in Conch Madeleines, will you? Precisely. And such things will only increase in frequency until a day comes when watchmakers stop making watches altogether. But we shall not forgive them. Oh no, unless they change their name to Le Port Toy Makers. There you both go again. You two really love spouting nonsense, do you? The more you talk, the further off topic we get. So let's just have it now. What do you need us to do? Well, actually, we do have one request to make before that. Could you two go to Le Port Horlogerie next door and do a little investigation there? I thought it was next door. Watchmaking is their main trade. The latest toys have become so popular they are stealing our customers. We heard that the store owner gained inspiration for those toys in Mondstadt. We are curious about what they might be. For all you know, it might be some alchemy-powered toy that gives off a scent 4 times as sweet as sunset tears, which they use to ensnare people. Well, I've heard that there's an alchemist in Mondstadt who can do that anyway. Quadruple sweetness sunsetia. Wouldn't that be? As such, could you please help us check it out, dear guests? Our boss is quite concerned about this matter. And why won't you go yourself? Oh, come on now, dear guests. We have a reputation to maintain as business people. We can't just walk over there willy-nilly. Exactly. For the sake of our reputation. And it's one's reputation, not one's all. For my part, I must go tell our boss of your arrival, so please lend us your aid in this matter. To be honest, Li Huan, Paimon's pretty curious. What would toys that take inspiration from Mondstadt look like? Would they really have something to do with alchemy? Let's just go have a look, shall we? Ah, thank you so much. In that case, we shall wait for news from you here. Boy, you guys talk a lot. How about these toys? Or are those yours? Oh, now we are talking to you, huh? No. This guy. Charon. Hello, dear customer. I'm Charon, the owner of the shop. What can I do for you? Hey there, boss. We've heard that you've come up with an awesome toy, so we'd like to know more about it. Aha, of course you can. Still, my elder brother sent you here to seek out information, didn't he? Eh? Your brother? Wait, actually, how did you know what we were here for? Oh, I just saw you walking out from the clockwork workshop, that's all. My brother owns that shop, and I know him. And what he'd do, this is right up his alley. Exposed before we could get even started. We should have prepped more before coming over. Or were we supposed to know that you are brothers? Now this isn't just a matter of corporate competition, is it? It's brother against brother. So many siblings in this game currently. Paimon, mind your language, please. Sorry, boss. Paimon's brain gears got stuck there for a minute. Don't worry. Even the best made toys have components that will get stuck at some point. It's the same with people. You need to take good care of them. Besides, I don't think you're wrong about how my brother sees our relationship. Regardless, I won't take up more of your time than needed. Let me talk about these toys instead. You sure this is okay? We're supposed to be secretly gathering intel. Such interesting things you say, dear customer. Our store's real bread and butter is clocks, which we make using techniques handed down from generation to generation. Toys are just my personal hobby. They bring happiness to people. So if I let more people know about them, is that not the same as spreading happiness? Wow, that's such a nice way of thinking about things. Aha, my brother would probably say that this line of thinking is too unadventurous. But that aside, why don't you take a look at the toy? I hope you'll like it. I heard that you got your inspiration from Mondstadt. Indeed, I've liked the place since I was little. And when I was, recently, it was indeed a rewarding experience for me. I incorporated the story of an adventurer I met there into the toy, but don't set your expectations too high, alright? In the end, it's just a simple clockwork device. Adventurer? So it's not a product of alchemy then? An alchemical toy? It sounds interesting, but this adventurer made quite the impression. If there's time, I'll tell you his story. Would you like to try the toy out now? There's nothing quite like experiencing it for yourself. We'd love to, but they're still waiting for our reply on the other end. We should get there first, Li-Huan, and then come right back. Paimon really wants to try this adventurer toy right away. Alright then. Remember, you're always welcome here. It's a back and forth.
Race you!
Boss, our two guests have returned. Libre. The two of you are quick indeed, as expected. People recommended by the Adventures Guild. I'm Libre, the owner of the shop. Welcome. Hey there, boss. So you and Charon are brothers. We didn't know about that, and he saw through us right away. Seriously, Albert, you didn't tell them something this important. Seriously, Alban, didn't we agree that you'd tell them? If you're gonna cut anyone's salary, boss, cut his. Hey, are you two brothers too? What? Don't call this guy my brother. Ahem. So, What you mean to say is that the mission's a bust? You didn't find anything? Well, no. Karen is a really nice guy, and he didn't mind even though he knew about us. Even told us that we could try the toy out anytime. That guy. So, is that toy alchemical powered? No, it's an adventurer toy. Those things are so corny. Didn't he say that he incorporated some adventurer's story into it, or something? That's right. How did you know? Did you already investigate the matter or something? I just know him all too well. He always puts something sentimental into his toys without caring about the market situation. If you ask me, adventure stories are long out of fashion. But his shop is very popular, isn't it? That's just ordinary market fluctuations. Once our champion duelist lineup takes the stage, we'll have him beat easy. But those aren't real champion duelists. They're the result of us out-of-fashion adventurers play acting. What do the two of you know? This is what we call packaging. It's standard practice on the market. No one cares how exactly you do it. We're just going to get the data and put it into some popular toy prototypes and claim that it's a story about the growth of a champion duelists. And that will do the trick just fine. Really? That's it? Everyone feels like there'll definitely be problems this way. It's fine if the story has issues. It's all about the gimmick. What would you think if I told you that Alban and Albert are in fact ultra-realistic, ultra-high-quality puppets based on the theme of double act? What? They're puppets? Can puppets look so real? Of course they can. It's the power of a double act. Tricks can seem very real indeed. See that? That's the power of packaging. Even a gimmick can, when presented the right way, generate interest. So it was just a trick. You cheater! You couldn't be more different from your brother. Well, that's a problem for not staying in his clockwork lane. If he wants to stick his nose into the toy-making business, it's my duty as his older brother to show him what's what. Quite the dab hand, aren't you? Thanks for the compliments. In that case, eyes up, you two. The data collection will be run by Alban and Albert. Well, we're just gonna turn a blind eye. We're just gonna turn a blind eye to your brotherly conflict. Just don't skimp on our payments. Stuff. The Toy War. Shots fired. Received a special commission from the show's Clockwork Workshop. This is a toy shop in the court of Fontaine. Have they encountered some manner of trouble? Seems to be the case. You received another missive from the workshop. It seems that all is not proceeding as planned. So we can continue the story immediately, but let's take a look at what we can do in these three. Dance Dance Resolution. I think I said last time that this one sounded the most interesting, right? Tabletop Adventurer. Armand of Laporte Horlogerie is in charge of taking care of their toys. Go see how you can try those gizmos out. That sounds like a rhythm game. It does. I mean, Dance Dance Revolution is what it's based on from the name. You seem kinda nervous. Sorry, I get like this when there's too many people around. No worries, no worries. You don't have to rush. We're just here to try out the toy. Sure. I have prepared a handbook for you. That's so nice of you, Armand. We'll read it carefully for sure. It's alright if you don't read it. It's very simple and fun. Don't you want to try? Thanks, I'll give it a go. I hope you enjoy yourself. But is it a rhythm game? It sure looks like it. During the challenge, control the toy adventurer, follow the music beats, and attack at the right moment to hit the toys lining both sides of the track. For the challenge stats, adjust your attack delay to optimize your toy's reaction precision. With suitable attacks delay parameter, you will be able to hit toys to the rhythm more easily and score higher in the challenge. On certain devices, you can enter the settings interface to adjust the attack button position before starting this challenge. Let's begin. Calibrate toy. Just the hit delay value, make the hits on the rhythm more accurate. I think they are accurate enough. Precise rhythm. The game has officially begun. Such rhythm, much combo. Perfect. Intensive drumming. When faced with toy blue slimes during the challenge, hold the corresponding arrow key in advance to charge up before releasing the button to initiate charged attacks. Only charged attacks can damage toy blue slimes. I see. The gimmicks are evolving. I appreciate the little warning telling me when to start charging though. Oh, I messed up. Now, how generous will this be about prizes? Probably got enough.
Time itself is a silent song.
Why? Why does the pendulum clock have second hands? Questions? Oh, you mean this one? But all of them. Agile measures. No, not calibrate. More gimmicks. When faced with toy double green slimes during a challenge, tap the left and right arrow keys simultaneously to initiate the wide range attacks. Only wide range attacks can damage toy double green slimes. Wonder if this is already the hardest level. I mean, there were only 3 to choose from. Unless more of them unlock. Ugh. I mean, still messing up. Which I feel shouldn't be the case. Clean 8,000. Nope, all clear. Let's do more story. Wait until 2 days later. Well, at least it's not the liar minigame. They sure are trying to think of more different ways to do rhythm games. Or games in general. Minigames. Oh. Need to at least unlock a sewer dash first. Welcome, dear guest. We meet again. It has not been long, and yet I miss you a little already. You sweet talker. Ah, woe is me. Loath am I. How the pain stings. Perhaps I'd best get back to work. Let me state firsthand, the planned data collection project will be divided into 2 parts. One will be run by Albert, the other by me. On my side, we wish to model the agility of a champion duelist, and so we'll need you to compete a few underwater speed challenges. Huh, 2 champion duelists have to train underwater. Who knows? I do not know one personally. I don't think the boss knows any either. He probably just thinks that it's cooler this way. He originally wanted to install 10 different water drawing mechanisms that can spray jets of water, but eventually gave up on this idea due to the high cost. Only kids would find that cool. Well, Fontaine is the realm of water after all, and if this is to be sold in other nations, a little Fontainian flair is needed. Anyway, we've prepared a handbook with relevant details. Please peruse it at your disposal. Well, are you two raring to go already? Let me make some preparations. No problem, the data collection device have already been placed over there, so you need not worry about them. You just need to focus on completing the challenge. There is 6 of those. Do I need to unlock the other one as well? Yes. My, are you so eager to begin work already? If you don't mind me saying so, I do think that this plan won't go anywhere. Might as well go over to Lepote Hologary to have some fun, eh? Over to. Whoa, is that your honesty coming out to play? Shh, pipe down now, pipe down. If someone hears us, they might take me for a hostile spy. Aha, let's leave this topic at all, shall we? I mean, I just work here, so let's talk work. Let me state first that this data collection project will be divided into 2 parts. Yes, we know. We will need you to complete some feats of combat powers. Wow, combat event. We have found some places where monsters often gather and planted data collection devices in the vicinity, so you need only go forth and clear those creatures out. I've already marked the exact locations on your map. As for any other things of note, they have been written into this manual here, which you can peruse at your leisure. No questions. As 3 of those. Oh, no. We are supposed to be here. Feedback on the board doesn't look right. Shouldn't we be receiving naught but high praise? It wasn't like this before. Quite unexpected, yes? I suspect foul play. Fortunately, our boss has, in his wisdom, prepared a contingency plan. Well, of course he has. Who else do you think he's the boss? Alban, Albert. Is Lever in? He's got something for us, apparently. Ah, right on time. Here comes the contingency now. What contingency? Well, that's you. That's what the boss said. But he's not here right now, so let us explain. Just a short explanation once again. During the last 2 days, we released the results of our Champion Duelist plan to the public. We also started pre-orders that will allow people to pay half the price as a deposit and thus qualify for early access. We also placed an evaluation column, that is to say, the message board at the door of our store, upon which people could leave their profuse praises. That is what they call building hype. Just as the boss expected, our store really did get very popular, but very few people placed pre-orders, and the amount of praise left in the other column was also lamentably low. You lack sincerity, this. Where's the internal quality control that? Get with the times. Such are the reviews we've gotten. Looks like the market wasn't quite what you expected, huh? I fear things are not so simple. We have a saying around here that where there's smoke, there's fire. That is to say that something never arises from nothing. In other words, someone is spreading rumors. Dun dun. Baseless. Scurrilous rumors. That's Mia's. That's Mia's irresponsibly. That irresponsibility. Invent disparaging fictions and defamatory fabrications. The boss is sure that his brother is the only one who can be behind this smear campaign. Laporte Horlogerie has the most to be worried about if this plan succeeds after all. So what do you want to do? Hire us to smear them right back? Lady Farina above, how could you ever think such a thing? Our boss is Karen's elder brother after all. Even if they might stoop to such low and vulgar means, we'll defeat them fair and square. Exactly. Only this way can the elder brother perform his wayward little brother. Reform. What are we needed for, in this case? To get them to reveal what they mean by sincerity and internal quality control, of course. Reveal what now? Is that not fair? And is Fontaine not the nation of fairness? That's not what fairness means. The boss said, and since everyone seems to think that the other party's packaging has been done with sincerity, we should keep pace with them. We shall package our champion duelists as they package adventurers. Adding that to our wealth of data will guarantee us a comeback victory. Packaging? Nah, they just turned an adventurer's tale into a toy, that's all. Oh, that must be it. Please ask them what it is. That story must be the packaging we speak of. I too have heard a little something. It seems that while Karen was drunk, he accidentally let slip that this toy was made due to a certain person. Imagine what a grand tale they must have shared to inspire such words from him. Oh, really? You know, Lihan, Paimon's suddenly kinda curious as to what that story might be. Why don't we try to get back and asking? Will you? Oh, splendid, splendid. We shall leave this in your capable hands then, Miss Paimon, Miss Lihuan. There is a character we unlock by doing this. I've said it last time. I'm not saying it now in case you've forgotten. Do not ruin the surprise. But if it is that person's adventure that inspired this, then wow. Hello again, dear customer. How have you been? Have you tried out the adventurer toy, by the way? Hey there, Karen. Actually, we've got some things we wanted to consult you about, and yeah, it's about the toy. Ah, happy coincidence, then. I enjoy those, like a fortuitous opportunity to nap, or just happening to have enough mora to buy what you'd like to ask. Ask away. I'd like to hear the story behind this toy. That's right, we've heard that you based this story on someone. It's gotta be the adventurer who's the star of this tale, right? Aha, I see. So that's your question. Well, that adventurer did indeed leave a deep impression on me. I met an adventurer in Springvale when I was about to leave Mondstadt. It appeared that he had messed up some sort of meal delivery commission. Apparently, he had encountered several waves of monsters on the way. And not only had he missed the timing, but the food had also been bumped about. Knowing a thing or two about cooking, I helped him make a news survey. Well, that sure was nice of you. Well, but that's not all. You might find it hard to imagine that one attempt at cooking resulted in all manner of accidents. The firewood got wet, a big hole got gouged in the bottom of the pot, and while I was plating up, I was hit by some flying stones from out of nowhere. One of them even bounced onto my head. Now that one really hurt. Yeah, it is that adventure. Well, the job did eventually get done, albeit with a complaint from the customer that they had cracked a tooth on a stone while eating. Native arena above. Surely it wasn't the stone that hit us on the head. Was this adventurer's name Bennett? That was his name. Wait, do you two know him as well? Interesting fellow, that one. Later, he took me to all sorts of rarely visited places in Mondstadt to show his thanks. It was a pretty rough journey, but the uncommonly beautiful sights made it worth the effort. I would have taken him for a travel enthusiast had he not told me that he had discovered those places by losing his footing during adventures, or from getting lost. On the day of my return to Fontaine, he came to say goodbye, and there I asked him if he considered his unlucky disposition bothersome. He just gave me a thumbs up and said, "The world is full of all sorts of people, and maybe I just happen to be the unluckiest. But thanks to that, I've also become the bravest person. And that's given me access to sights only I can see." What a brilliant way of putting things. Walking the path of misfortune with a big smile on one's face. Perhaps that's the spirit of a true adventurer. That's right, Bennett's the most adventurous adventurer for sure. If bad luck can be infectious, perhaps that adventuring spirit could be too. And with any luck, the latter can spread further than the former. I wonder, will this story give you enough material for your report? How did you figure that one out this time? Well, where there's smoke, there's fire. That's what we say in Fontaine. If you really want to know about this story, you'd have asked the first time. But since you're only doing this now, I can only guess that my brother put you up to it. So you really did know. You know, Paimon doesn't get why a Lever would have such a dim view of you. You're pretty smart, and you seem like a nice guy. It's anger, I think. He's probably still mad at me for what he sees as a betrayal. Eh? Betrayal? Our family is well known for our skills in making clockwork devices. I've always been good at making toys of that sort, and while my brother isn't quite as good, he's got a real knack for doing business. Since we both love toys, we agreed that when we grew up, we would set up the best toy store ever. But it was only when we grew up that we realized that someone had to succeed the family business, that is to say, this shop. My brother had a big fight with our father over that, and he went to strike out on his own. I, on the other hand, was convinced to stay. And is that not a betrayal? Does that really count, though? Well, it wasn't a show of adventurousness, that was for sure. I was afraid that if I failed to make a name for myself out there, I'd have to come crawling back to the family business. I just couldn't take that pressure. I've always been like that. I'd be the first to cry when we encountered some hooligan on the streets, but my brother would have me get behind him with a "don't worry, watch me send them flying with my knuckle sandwich." Your relationship kinda seems complicated. Well, I suppose that's how things played out, eh? In any case, I'll be here if you have any more questions. You're always welcome here in my store. Report back. Apparently there's a watchmaker company named Louis Caron. Might be based on that then. Boss, our two guests have returned. Quick as ever, I see. I suppose you gained more from your investigations. Huh, you know, Livre, why do you always show up later? Oh, heh. Well, I suppose I'm remiss. I shall strive to come earlier next time. Anyway, about that toy. He frowns. A toy based on an adventurer named Bennett. I see. And another thing, we didn't ask him, but Paimon thinks your brother didn't badmouth your shop. He doesn't look like the type. Oh, how so? He seems to be sorry about something concerning you. If you ask me, I don't think that idiot would do something like that either. Wait, so what was this whole contingency thing about? Boss was just looking for an excuse, I suppose. More likely than not, I say. Well, he's a businessman. Businessmen have reputations to consider. And he's the big brother, is he not? A big brother's got a name to uphold, you know. Say any more, or you'll eat my knuckle sandwich. Ha, Livre is exactly what Caron said he'd be like. Well, dear guests, I was just thinking that I should go pay that idiot a visit. Whoa, are you gonna put your differences aside and go ask him for advice then? Of course not. But if he thinks he's betrayed me and feels bad about that, shouldn't I give him the opportunity to apologize to my face? He did say that, but Paimon doesn't think that that's the sort of betrayal someone needs to apologize for. Well, it's decided. Arbon, there's no need for any further pre-orders. Return all deposits as needed, and keep that evaluation board. What? Boss, so we're not executing the plan anymore. What about the data collection? There's still time to make adjustments. No, the data collection continues. You need to do your minigames. I've other plans for that. And you've got payments to collect, don't you? I always do honest business. Suspiciously honest, in this case. Ah, the boss is the boss, even when he's being stubborn. I wouldn't call his attitude toward toys completely worthless. I'll pay a visit to Le Port Hologary once the next 2 days of data collection are complete. I'd like you two to come too, good customers. I've got some other things to settle here in the shop, so if you'll excuse me. Tibra's got such an odd temper. He's not really going to ask for an apology, is he? Well, would you look at that? Our third party has brought about an opportunity for change once again. Third party? That's the two of you, of course. Thanks to you, the differences between the two shop owners may yet be resolved. That's what happened previously too. Previously? Aye. Have you noticed how this shop is separated from Le Port Hologary by the Northland Bank? Oh, that's what that is. Boss originally wanted to set up shop next to Le Port Hologary to compete with him directly. Now, I doubt that they knew about the boss's history when they reserved that space, but in some way they became a mediator in the conflict, didn't they? That's super interesting. The Fatui love to meddle in other people's business, but this sort of meddling's a first for sure. And that's the importance of third parties, just like how a double act still needs an audience. Well, what about solo acts? Would things work with just one actor and one audience? Wait, are you trying to betray me too? You'd better watch out for my knuckle sandwich then. Ah. Let's go to some whirlpools. Ascend like a seahorse. I guess I'm doing them not in order, because I do not know the order. How do seahorses move through the water? Few people ever stop to think about things like this. But once you observe their unique shapes and swimming posture more carefully, it becomes apparent that floating and diving are actually easier for them than for other fishes. A valuable observation indeed. Grab is spinning. In torrential turbulent charge, your character will automatically move forward in the water, and you can adjust their direction to a certain extent. Turbulent bubbles might appear in the open water challenges, and contact with such bubbles will enable your character to charge forward a certain distance. Make use of turbulent bubbles to effectively reduce time consumption. Hidden obstacles might appear during the challenges. These cannot be seen unless your unless your character gets within a certain distance of them. Contact with them will induce punishments. Your challenge time remaining will decrease. Charges and characters. Characters. I have to say, I love the underwater. It's so pretty. Also, I was supposed to go up for that one. Not to the side. Before we started Fontaine, I was worried that getting rid of our normal combat system in a very big area would be boring, but they actually made it quite interesting with all the animal abilities you can copy. And with other special movement abilities like these things and those weird catapults. I only made one mistake, so probably fine. It's not realistic though. No trash in the water. All trash dissolves into water. Except there is treasure chests around, so those might count as trash. There is a oculi somewhere right on my spot. Where? Oh, I see. Probably... No, it's not connected with that. I think. I'm confused. I'm just gonna mark it on the map. And not look for it now. Shift like an octopus. If a drummer could somehow stimulate the rhythm of a swimming octopus, their drum beats would be executed with machine-like precision. This witticism, once published in the pages of the Steambird, sums up the unpredictability of an octopus's speed changes. Perhaps this is something that divers would do well to learn from. After all, the ability to change speed at just the right moment might have many benefits for underwater explorations. Also another thing here, but this one I see immediately. This one's not so difficult to find. Seeing no... well, there is stuff around. Me. See and hear that you are following me. That was your mistake. Still haven't figured out how these work. What weapon do I need for those? Is it crab? No, it is standing in place. But I needed crab for that. So that's fine. Now I need the other thing. Yay! That's the second one of these I have found. These underwater places.
Open sesame! Oh, now I'm hungry.
Was that achievement, I wonder? These are a few of my favorite things. Okay. Don't know what I picked up, but I did it. Oh. Interesting. That away. Whoa, you tricked me. Always go where they are at the beginning, I guess. Surely nothing is gonna stand in place. Yay! We got far. Break through like an iron fish. As long as there's a task to complete, you must keep going, even in the most terrifying waters. Be brave like an iron fish. Why is there so many iron fish after me lately? An experienced diver once used these words to encourage learners. The iron fishes referred to are in fact none others than the water maintenance fish, driven by Clockwork Meka. The courage of this diver has encouraged many a newcomer to overcome their fear of deep water. Naturally, toys capable of imitating the agile movements of champion duelists should not fall short of common water maintenance fish either. Turbulent rings will be present during the challenge, and traveling through these rings will enable your character to charge forward a certain distance. Make use of turbulent rings to efficiently reduce time consumption. Special obstacles might appear during the challenge. Contact with them will induce punishment. Your challenge time remaining will decrease. Different obstacles, I guess. Yes, we have walls now. Whoa. Okay, things are appearing closer to me now. This is definitely one of the harder ones, I guess. Whoa. I'm glad they are just appearing and not moving in addition to that. And then Jiangling did a spin. Well, we are over here again. Sidle like a crab. How does a crab swim? This is a question that even anglers who have spent much time with aquatic creatures are likely to have neglected. If you take a moment to observe them, however, you will notice that they are quite skilled in moving sideways, which in fact allows them to sprint underwater. Hello, friend. You are here because we are close to your quest. How quickly will you disappear, though? We move in the opposite direction. This fast. Should have read that with the voice of the narrator of True Facts. Yes. That's crab. Honestly, don't think I can do this voice. At least I've never tried. I think the first one was the only one that hit me so far. Also, this one would have very nicely led into that one. Jink like a sea hare. It is said that sea hares are able to dodge most attacks with their lightning-fast jinks. Regardless of the credibility of this report, traveling through underwater areas, scattered with rocks, weeds and ruins certainly requires great agility. Despite the differences in bodily structure, perhaps this movement could be learned through delicate training. There's once again a thing close by. That I will ignore for now. That was, I think, decently close. Just don't move. That is the sign of agility. Why are you dodging me? Also, we are close enough for our little friend to have spawned again. Guess this one would have led us closely to that one, yeah. And I think now only this one is left. Roll like an otter. Good joke. That I will not read out. Others can switch between swimming on their front and back as they please. For ordinary people who aren't so adept at swimming, as well as artificial mechanisms that need to be able to travel underwater, learning some of the tricks used by others could enable much greater freedom of movement in complexity underwater environments, even if frequent rolling around isn't required. Just roll with it. Oh, we're going down here. This brought us to the ship graveyard. We had never met this place before. Have we done all of them now? Ascend like a seahorse. We actually started with the first one. Sidle like a crab. We did that one very late. Shift like an octopus. Roll like an otter. Jink like a sea hare. Break through like an iron fish. That was the one where I said feels harder, I think. Story time. The Toy War. An armistice. Will the battle between Clockwork Workshop and Clock Shop, the war between two brothers, dissolve when the two bosses meet? Or will the conflict grow more intense? Will the two brothers dissolve? How much time has passed? I guess I'll just do 2 days. Probably was just 1 day left or something. Oh no, I accidentally did 3 days. We missed the quest. Paimon, your text was very short on screen. Your text was very long and was not on screen for very long. I see you're doing well, Karan. Oh, brother, what are you doing here? We haven't seen each other in so long, and that's what you chose to say? I just didn't expect you to come over to see me. I mean, our shops are quite close together. But you never come over. I thought you were still angry with me. I'm not here to talk to you about what happened before. I'm just going to ask you this. That adventurer toy was made because of me, right? I knew I wouldn't be able to hide anything from you. Wait. Now Paimon's confused. Wasn't that toy inspired by Bennett? Ah, I see you two arrived as well. I'm sorry for not explaining previously, but I didn't know where to begin. Although that adventurer did give me critical inspiration, my brother was the real reason I insisted on having the toy made. I don't really get what was so difficult about all this. That's on my brother for twisting himself about into loops over everything. You haven't changed either, brother. I'm more and more convinced that you and that adventurer are the same type of person. I don't have a vision, nor am I an adventurer. But you have that same adventurous spirit. Bennett lives in an adventure. Insect just flew right into my face. Did you pick that flattery up from me too? How can that be? You've never been a flatterer. You've never hesitated to tell me that I haven't any fighting spirit, and while the truth is frustrating, it is the truth nonetheless. You've always been trying to be the best toy merchant ever, but I exceeded, I guess, that is the word, to the family's arrangements, continuing the cycle of clockmaking. Only people like you and Bennett could turn their passion into their profession. I cannot. It would take 100 of me to match your courage. Come on, don't say that about yourself. There's no point in hiding this. When my brother first stated his intentions to move his shop next to mine, my first reaction was to consider moving the shop. Father would be ashamed, and rightly so. But in the end, the Northland Bank took that spot and separated us. A happy coincidence again, you could say. Yeah, Arbon told us about it. Do you really think the world is so full of happy coincidences? Northland Bank just so happened to come between us at that time. What do you mean, Livre? I had reserved that spot long ago. But a new idea struck me, and so I transferred it to them for a low price. This didn't just come out of nowhere, you know? So you were the one who got them involved. Huh. Did you think that your previous decision was too impulsive or something? Ever since I left, my goal has always been to be the greatest toy merchant. But what sort of greatness would that be if the family feud made my brother move away in the process, huh? That smells like concerned Paimon. You were just making excuses when you said you wanted Karen to apologize, weren't you? Apologize? What? Apologize? Did I ever say that? Wow, that's a really earnest denial, considering that you actually did say it. I'm here to congratulate you, Karen. That toy is quite well made. It's been such a long time since I last heard a word of praise from you, brother. I didn't think that. I've also brought you a gift. Here's the data I had these two adventurers gather over the last few days. This should help you create something even more interesting. Huh? But weren't you going to make toy champion duelists? That data's important to you, isn't it? That plan suspended. The market shifted faster than I thought, so some ad hoc adjustments will be necessary. But this data, how could I just take it? You take it when I give it to you, obviously. In that case, I'll take it, for safekeeping. Feel free to reclaim it, should you ever need it again. So Livre's other plan was to give the data to his brother. I apologize, dear customers, but I did not ask for your suggestions first before doing this. Oh, it's fine. You paid us, didn't you? And this is your personal matter. This was totally worth it, if your relationship with your brother can be improved, right, Li-Huan? Our thoughts are aligned in this indeed. We are honest businessmen too. Guess this was a successful third-party intervention. Alright, Libra, Karen, since we're all here. Why don't you strike while the iron's hot and work together on something? You're good at making stuff, Karen, and we can have Libra do the advertising. If you do it as a team, it's sure to work out. I appreciate your good intentions, but there's no need. Feel the same way. Wait, so this is what you two are gonna agree on? That Bennett fellow said this too, didn't he? The world is full of all sorts of people. So you did remember that part. The world is full of all sorts of people, and they all have the sights that only they can see. If I learned anything from him at all, this would be it. Karen and I are just different people, which is why we've set out on different paths. Perhaps he thinks that my path is too adventurous, and I, for my part, can stand the kind of placid existence he leads. That's right. If the hour hand does the minute hand's work, it will get fired without compensation the next day. And while the intense challenges are an adventure, is a simple life not one as well? Everyone's on their own journey of an adventure. So, since we've each chosen our direction, let's walk down that path and seek our own unique sights. And I'll occasionally go meet with you. After all, your road will be quite difficult. Don't you worry about me. At least I know how to enlist third parties to help me out of jams. I didn't sit around waiting for these adventurers or the Northland Bank, let me tell you that. And what will you do when there's a problem that even a third party can solve? I'm sure you know how the stiffer a gear is, the less durable it will be. I worry that... And if we meet, we'll meet. What else can we do, huh? That's just life. No, you won't be defeated by life, just like Bennett. And if things prove otherwise... Yeah. I'll send you flying with a knuckle sandwich. Rat, listen to yourself. Talking to your big brother like that. Don't get too cocky. Well, if Lady Farina can sit at the judge's desk for a while, Then a little brother can borrow his big brother's lines, right? I see you're figuring us Fontanians out. I'd like to ask you something, so if you're free, let's meet outside my shop later. That's all I have to say today, Karen. I'll be heading back now.
Race you!
You're here. Well, you seem to be in a good mood. Thanks to your help. Speaking of which, Karen's trip to Mondstadt gave me an idea. Perhaps I should go travel around for a bit and find some inspiration for toys myself. You've traveled the world. You probably know some friends like that, Bennett. Do you have any suggestions for me? Well, we do have a lot of friends, but when it comes to toy inspirations, that might be a bit tough. Why not look for a third party? Eh? We are a valid third party, aren't we? Are you referring to the Northland Bank? Oh, you meant the previous third party. Oh, that Paimon thing. The Northland Bank's under the Fatui, and the Fatui are under... Are you referring to the Harbinger? Do you mean that we can make a toy themed after a Harbinger? Huh? Dijuan, do you mean... Oh, Paimon gets it. Hey, Livre, did you know that there's a very special Harbinger, whom they call the greatest toy salesman in Snezhnaya? It all comes back around. What? Is there such a person? Of course, and he's a real expert too. Maybe he'll inspire you, and you know, a toy merchant and a seller would make a pretty awesome combo, don't you think? Thanks for your suggestion. They've been very helpful. Don't think it would be very easy to get in contact with a Harbinger, but I do have some connections at the Northland Bank. I'll see what I can do. Yeah, maybe just look for him in prison. Don't forget to invite us to try whatever new toy you come up with. I will. Keep an ear out for news from me. And that's the end of that. Now let's do some battling, I guess. But before we battle, we already did battle a bit today, but I never really explained some intricacies of Lynette. If Lynette uses her elemental skill, something interesting happens to her life bar. For one, she loses health. That is one of Lynette's abilities, you could say. When she uses her elemental skill, she loses health, and when she hits an enemy with it, she regains health, both depending on her max HP stat. That little red thing is not an ability of Lynette, but actually of her weapon. So let's talk about that, because it's a completely new mechanic. The Finale of the Deep. When using an elemental skill, attack will be increased by 18% for 15 seconds, so that's good. And the Bond of Life, worth 25% of max HP, will be granted. That's not good. This effect can be triggered once every 10 seconds. When the Bond of Life is cleared, a maximum of 225 attack will be gained based on 3.6% of the total amount of the life bond cleared, lasting for 15 seconds. That red thing is a life bond. Let's read about those. Bond of Life and Recovering HP. Bond of Life will absorb healing effects that a character receives. This will prevent them from recovering HP. After this character is healed for an amount equal to the Bond of Life, the bond can be cleared. When a character is granted another Bond of Life, the healing required to clear the Bond of Life will also stack. The Bond of Life has a very long duration, if not actively cancelled or removed by a Statue of the Seven. So this is a negative effect, and it increases every time she uses her elemental skill.
Over here.
Well, with a cooldown, thankfully. And if not gotten rid of, we cannot be healed past this point. So our max health essentially decreases. So if we lose this little bit of health, we cannot regain it. And all our healing will instead go into clearing this life bond.
Rise.
See? It's decreasing the bond instead of healing our health. And then it only starts healing health again. But thanks to Lynette healing herself after damaging herself and putting this bond on her, she will essentially constantly clear the bond immediately after using the elemental skill and getting the bond, and so get the positive effects of it.
It's really worrying.
Fontaine characters seem to be all moving to a path where they are playing with their HP and possibly even the HP of their teammates. Decreasing and rising it. An ebb and flow of HP, one could say. Which I guess makes sense considering Hydro is the original healing element of the game. And also a lot of the new weapons and artifacts released in Fontaine benefit from fluctuating HP. Replica Tactic 1. Accurately analyze the opponent's current state and then adopt the most effective tactics so as to effectively deal with hordes of diverse enemies. This is indeed one of the keys to simulate the might of a champion duelist. Only in this way can one gain an early advantage in battle and emerge victorious against a great number of forces. During the Efficacy Testing Simulation Arena Challenge, travelers need to proceed to the designated areas and defeat all enemies. Each challenge has 3 different areas occupied per opponent. Clear all opponents in each area to complete the challenge. And I'm assuming it's one of those where you will immediately give me a quick way to the next place.
Right here. Emerge.
Be amazed! Over here!
Sacred name. Fortune preserver. Wheel of life. Right now. What a nuisance. Emerge.
Cue the spotlight! Zip on up!
Big gun!
Right here. Emerge.
Hey-ya! Nice and spicy!
Right here.
Surprise! Yeah!
No? No big wind current? I'm surprised. But the next thing's not that far away, I guess. Lynette still loses some HP with this weapon that she wouldn't normally lose. Because self-healing is used mostly on the bond now instead of healing the HP she deals to herself.
Opening box of Adepti tricks.
Boba, get them!
But that's what we have an actual healer in the
Right
team
here.
for.
Emerge. Nothing lasts forever. Right here. Emerge. Wheel of life. Right now, right here.
Over here! Let the magic begin! Surprise!
Life goes on.
Nice and spicy! Over here!
Nice and spicy. Dogs.
You're toast! Out of the frying pan!
Wheel of life. Emerge. Right now.
Cue the spotlight! Surprise! Step on up!
Life goes on.
Be amazed!
Sacred name. Fortune preserve. Emerge. Right here. Emerge. I'm always watching. Right here. Right now. Emerge.
Over here!
I'll live.
Let the magic begin! Gooba, get them!
Goba did get them. Well, I decided to go and pick up stuff already. This event seems to be a great way to grind for those gears that all the mecha drop. Also, I guess that's the end of the first one. Skill simulation. Adopt variety techniques when facing targets of different characteristics so as to control the rhythm of battle. One manages to take control of a battle in such manners while taking care of all miscellaneous details almost flawlessly. They might not be too far from possessing the might of champion duelists. Not sure if I ever went that far out. Been around here. Like I did things with that ruin god grader. Slimes. And whatever that is. Hi. You are new. Bubbler Seahorse. An aquatic life form that has embarked on a unique evolutionary trek due to Fontaine's environmental factors. When under the effects of electro, it can unleash fiercer elemental attacks and possesses even stronger defensive capabilities. If you lose elemental reactions to remove its elemental shield, things should be easier to handle. Okay. Yai, you're gonna sit this one out.
Rise.
Surprise!
At least until the horse is gone.
Step on up. Be amazed.
Cherubic sea hare. Ah, all the animals we learned about in the diving section. This one is Cryo, Chi-Chi. Sit this one out.
Right here.
That really hurt.
That is hurting.
Surprise. Step on up.
Oh, now it's both of them. Xiangling, you're the only one not sitting things out.
Cue the spotlight. Surprise.
Right now.
Step on up. Didn't quite dodge it. Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
Right here. Emerge.
Oh, it died. It dead. I also pretty dead.
Wheel of life.
Oh, and now we need to fight some hilly trolls and their stronger brothers.
Nice and spicy.
Orders given. Orders received. Right now. Right here. Right now.
Let the magic begin. Over here. Yeah.
You remember these guys, right? From the summer event. Now they are enemies. And they have some interesting transformation abilities.
Right here. Right now. Right here.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
Emerge.
Surprise. Yeah. Cue the spotlight. You're toast.
Right here. Emerge.
Over here. Yeah. Entering combat mode.
Opening box of Adepti-Trix.
Step on up.
I first had Diona in this team instead of Chi-Chi, but
Right here. Emerge.
I realized very quickly that this team needs a lot of healing.
A sight to behold.
Mostly because the reactions of fire and electro damage you yourself. And because Lynette damages herself, so... Things can go very bad very quickly
Nice and spicy. Boba, get them.
Orders given.
if you don't have
Orders
good
received.
healing around.
Life goes on.
Over here. Yeah. Step on up.
Right now. Emerge. Right here.
Cue the spotlight. Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
Rise. Come on out. Right now.
Over here.
And finally, combat recreation. Come up with infallible strategies before the battle. Pursue full implementation with ample cautiousness amidst battle, and clean up the surroundings after battle. With data and experience obtained from the two previous simulations, once the segment comprising this chain of battles are fully perfected, one could be capable of recreating the might of a champion duelist soon enough. More sea hares.
Emerge, right now. Emerge. Nothing lasts forever. Right here. Emerge, right here. Trip on up.
Grab!
Over here. Let the magic begin. Emerge, right here. Emerge.
Grab not only underwater enemies.
Surprise! Opening box of adepti tricks. Right now, right here, right now.
Eat this!
I'm always watching. Right here.
These things. They are certainly weird.
Life goes on.
Booba, get them! Be amazed!
Emerge. Right here.
Trip on up! Yeah! 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 Yeah!
Over here.
Yeah!
Right now. Emerge. Right now.
Nice and spicy!
Wheel of life.
Cue the spotlight! Trip on up! Yeah! Yeah! Surprise! Yeah!
These guys can absorb elements, like that guy over there is currently using fire.
Over
And
here!
use them against you.
Be amazed! You're toast!
Orders given. Orders received. Emerge. Right here. Right now. Nothing lasts forever. Emerge. Right now. Right here.
I wonder, can I get the tutorial on them? Well, stand-shield crab is something we encountered. An aquatic life form that has embarked on a unique evolutionary track. This is the pyro variant of the ocean enemies on ground, I guess. Overgrown breacher. Large overgrown breacher. Shatterstone breacher. These are breachers. A strange life form that shares nothing in common with any other land-dwelling creatures in battle. It will enter a stress state and unleash a fierce stonefall attack when under the protection of the Geo Shield. Okay, maybe it just used Geo though. Maybe it didn't absorb fire. If the shield is broken during this period, it will cause the life form to fall into a paralyzed state. Oh yeah, they're not absorbing, they just have weird elements. Either Geo or Dendro. Good to know. I misunderstood them. Hey Charles, you are not part of this quest. But you are certainly here now.
Life goes on. Emerge. Right here. Emerge.
So you're part of my quest.
Over here! Let the magic begin! Booba, get them!
Opening box of adepti tricks. Right now. Right now. Go on. Open it up. Show me what's inside.
That looks more like my quest.
Faster? Okay, faster. Wheel of life.
Fish. Patui.
Emerge.
Another test.
Be amazed! Shipana! Right here. Orders given. Orders received. Go. Let the magic begin! Yeah! Yeah! Eat this! Emerge. Right here. Be amazed! A sight to behold. Emerge right now. Over here.
That all? Sounds like all to me. Yay! Character I've already maxed out. Converted to Masterless Starglet. And then there's shopping to do. A crown. Primal gems. 100. Not bad. I certainly will use those talent up materials on my cat and her brother. Why isn't there a button to just max it out? I guess you can do that.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire!
Watch all those items be collected. I forget what her thingy even does, to be honest. It's probably in here somewhere. No. Ah, Gobo leaves a chili pepper on the spot where it disappears. Picking up a chili pepper increases attack by 10% for 10 seconds. Okay, that's also good to pick up, I guess.
Is there time for a quick snack? I'll whip one up in no time.
No snacks. Just more rewards. Very rewarding. But that is all I wanted to do today. I mean, it was quite a bit.
If there's nothing better to do, we could go foraging for ingredients.
I'll go forage for ingredients now. You can leave. See you again next time on Genshin Impact. Who knows what's next for us to do? Because I think we've done all the relevant content for this version of the game now. So, maybe I'll see you next version. Bye!